That was way better. Shit. All right. So hello, everybody. Welcome to the Pony Awards. We've got a really great show for you this year. Really good nominees. Nobody destroyed 40% of the internet this time. So, like, it's a little underwhelming, but it'll be good. You guys will like it. I promise. So yeah, let's get this going along. First of all, thank you so much to our sponsors, Red Balloon, Include Security, and of course SummerCon. As a reminder, the ponies are a purely volunteer effort. So huge shout out to our sponsors, but rest assured the only people getting paid throughout all of this are going to be bartenders. And with that, let's kick it off. So first I'd like to invite, I believe it's Emma up to stage to present the award for Best Desktop Bug.
Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Okay, excellent. I am so proud of and grateful to all of our nominees. The point of the ponies is to celebrate cool work being done in this industry, and it would not exist without researchers who are willing to put themselves out there. This year, I think that each of our nominees deserves a pony. And as you'll see, one of our nominees thinks they deserve two. At the Ponies, we understand that some of the best bugs each year are the bugs that we don't hear about. Welcome to the year of Linux desktop bugs, as shown by 0 submissions of Linux desktop bugs. On the other hand, a bad analyst might say that no submissions for a given OS is a signal of low adoption. I myself say that it is a strong signal of perfect security. That's why I'm moving all of my sensitive work to Red Star. I see myself in one of our submissions this year. As someone who is, this week, 2 years sober, I know a thing or two about leveraging recovery to access secrets I thought I had locked away. Before we announce the nominees, I would like each of us to take a brief moment to reflect on our first desktop, the gateway into our eventual careers. Mine was a big, clunky Windows 95 box that my dad got me. Though it has now been many years since it was powered down for the last time, I like to think that its cracked license key lives on as a key piece of US critical infrastructure. And the nominees.
This year's nominees for Best Desktop Bug. Entry sign. Turned out that AMD had been using the example key from the NIST specification for over 7 years. Bit Unlocker. Leveraging Windows recovery to extract BitLocker secrets. Researched by Alon Leviev and Netno Ben Simon.
And the pony for Best Desktop Bug goes to Entry Sign. Come on up.
Here you go. Thank you very much. Here, you guys want to say like a couple quick words or something? Like, yeah, jump in.
Yeah,
Go
sure.
ahead, say something.
So first of all, we like to thank you, AMD, for a kind of epic fail. We also like to thank our team at Google, so we can make impactful security research. Also, I want to mention that actually I'm not part of the team who did this, just a bigger team. So of course, my coworkers who actually did the research. And of course, sorry for everyone that you had to patch all your CPUs around the world. Sometimes happens. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. And next up for presenting the category of Best Cryptographic Attack, we have Kai.
Hello, hello. So first, on a sentimental note, I want to thank all of my security and cryptography professors that encouraged me to follow my dreams and tell me that I could do anything I set my heart to. Unless, of course, that means implementing my own crypto, in which case I should find someone smarter and more handsome to do it. But real talk, thank you, Mayank, Sharon, Ari, and Leo. But real talk, it is very good advice. One thing that I wanted to clear up is that the random oracle model actually has nothing to do with women in lampshades trying to sell you expensive relational databases, though it is possible for it to be indistinguishable from a Greek woman in a cave huffing fumes, flipping coins. This year had some great nominees, but I want to make sure that my biases are out there. I have a personal favorite, and it's not because of its technical depth, but it's because of my great excitement with what I imagine to be are the small army of tinfoil hats that are going to come out of the woodwork and let us know that reusing a reference key is actually irrefutable proof of a NIST backdoor inside of a mainstream processor. That said, it makes a little bit of sense. NIST does happen to be the largest employer of mathematicians, cryptographers, and code breakers in the world. My mistake, that's the other place. To leave you all with a little bit of advice, I want to say that the whole point of cryptography is to make sure that we are able to communicate safely, securely, and in the open. And the advice that I want to give you is to use Signal, be safe, and make good decisions. I will clean that up after the talk. And the nominees are
Starting with the nominees for Best Crypto Bug. X.509 exploiting craft 509 certificates to uncover denial of service vulnerabilities by Bing Shi, Wentao Li, Yuten Wang, Xiaolong Bai, and Lu Yixing. Untangling the Knot. Breaking access controls in home wireless mesh networks, discovered by Jinan Zhao. And Entry Sign, revealing AMD's use of an example cryptographic key for over 7 years. Josh E., Travis Ormandy, and Nava.
And the pony goes. Entry Sign.
You don't get an extra pony, sorry. Actually, fuck it.
There's 2 of them.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. Well, you got one before, right? Yeah, okay, here. You want to say something? I don't know.
Well, this is awkward, but thank you.
I love the bit where, I mean, you know, like you go to like an award show and people win like, I think like Return of the King got like 14 awards the year they went. Anyway, next up we have the Pony Award for Best Song, and we have Winona here to help us present that.
Hi everyone, my name's Winona. So, you know, hacking is an art, and there's something to be said about celebrating the artists who hack. And so we're going to talk through the nominees for the Pony Awards for Best Song. And the nominees are
The Pony nominations for Best Song. Nobody this year, thank God.
Better luck next year, gang.
I do want to say thank you to, I think Uwu Underground was real cool about that one. Love you guys. All right, so after that, we now have Most Innovative Research, also from Winona. Thank you.
All right, jokes aside, innovation is the lifeblood of hacking. We don't just break things, we break things in new ways. And it's the hackers who see systems not just as they are, but as they could be, that push the whole industry forward. At least until all of them realize that blockchain auditing is easier and pays better. But jokes aside, innovation is how we stay ahead of the curve, how we surprise and delight, and how we keep hacking from just being another day job. Today, we gather during a time way too early for our collective hangovers to celebrate the hackers who didn't just think outside the box, they questioned why the box existed in the first place. So let's hear these nominees.
In the category of Most Innovative Research, Alon Levive and Netanel Ben Simon for Bit Unlocker, leveraging Windows recovery to extract BitLocker secrets. Ben Nasi, Stav Cohen, and Or Yair for Invitation is All You Need, invoking Gemini for workspace agents with a simple Google Calendar invite. Angelos Biidis for Haunted by Legacy, discovering and exploiting vulnerable tunneling hosts.
And the Pony Award goes to Haunted by Legacy, discovering and exploiting vulnerable tunneling hosts. Are they here today? If not, can somebody here in the audience accept on these award winners' behalf? Or if anyone knows anything about this bug, that's cool too. Come up and talk about it.
Or do you know them? If you know them, you can give them a, no? Damn.
All right, come up to us after the end if you do know these people and you're just too shy to come up, and we'll give you the pony to transport back home to them. Thanks.
Great. All right. Thank you. And next up, we have the Pony Award for Most Underhyped Research presented by Anqui.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Hype it up. You gotta hype it up because this is most underhyped research. And I realized, if I do my job too well, it would no longer be most underhyped research. So maybe don't hype it up, right? But I'm gonna try to keep it lighthearted as always. But I feel like this year, it's a little bit harder. And if you, look out the window or look at the news, I feel like we have tectonic plates shifting under our feet, be it cultural, socioeconomic, technological, geopolitical. All of these things are changing. And if I squint real hard, right, at the writing on the wall, it's getting easier and easier to see this crap dystopian future where we live in something like a techno-feudalist state, right? And although this is far from certain, it might happen, right? So in this crap timeline, even if that happens, when that happens, I'm thinking who actually has the ability to do the right thing or just do right, protect the people who need protecting, basically, who will bring balance to the force. And I thought about this for a long time, and I came to the conclusion that it's us, it's the hackers, right, who will have to stand up if that thing comes to pass. And how do we do this? We kind of tinker and we take apart all of our toys. We try to learn everything we can. We look at all the confusing noise in the data, right? And we try to learn everything about the technologies that bind us. And once we learn everything we can then change the machine, right? Make positive impact and make the future better. So, among this tribe, right, our tribe of people who do this all day long, there's an extra special small group of researchers that looked at the same noise and the same confusing situation and saw something brilliant that none of us saw and did the hard work of making that research. And it is basically with that kind of spirit that their contribution brings us one step into a future that hopefully is not crap and not dystopian. So this is the category Most Underhyped Research that celebrates those people who did the research and looked in places that no one has really thought to look at and found things that no one thought to find. And with that, let's do this.
And finally, the Pony nominees for Most Underhyped Research. Lucas Marr for Kernel Snitch, the first side channel attack to leak Linux kernel heap pointers without any memory corruption. Inwen Chun, Isabella Siu, and Ricardo Pacinella for Scheduled Disclosure, demonstrating that remote power side channel attacks are not only still possible on modern x86 CPU architectures, but are also more effective and can work even without frequency side channel leakage. Stefan Vbuck, How Hard Can It Get? The Hardy Barth Charging Station Mess. Critical EV infrastructure vulnerabilities that can be exploited through both physical and unauthenticated network access. However, the vendor was occupied with other tasks than security and later failed to provide a timeline for a fix.
Okay, and the pony. All right, and the pony goes to. I know how envelopes work. Okay, I got it. Okay, the pony for most underhyped research, and the pony goes to scheduled disclosure. Come on up. Scheduled disclosure. This is your time. Anyone? Would anybody like to accept the award on their behalf? I will. I'll take that.
You want?
Anyway, so yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, years past, we've had people kind of like disagree with the category and then just decide that they want it instead, and that's always funny. So I'm not saying do that, but if you did, it would be very funny. All right, so thank you, Ong. The next category we have is the Pony Award for Best Mobile Bug, being presented by Perry.
Mobile exploitation is in many ways today the most difficult and impressive area of hacking. It is an arms race between those who are securing our mobile devices and those who are exploiting it. In many ways, this is akin to best actor or best actress. It's also a category that is close and personal to all of us, whether you have an iPhone, a Google Pixel, one of those ridiculous Samsung folding phones, or the new Motorola Razr that Paris Hilton has been advertising. Or, of course, a Huawei device. This is a category that touches us all. And so without further ado, here are the nominees for Best Mobile Bug.
Best Mobile Bug. Profile Pin Bypass in Geo Hotstar by @RavensBB. Exploiting Samsung Galaxy S24, a sophisticated multi-bug chain demonstrated at Pwn to Own by Ken Gannon of NCC Group.
And the award for Best Mobile Bug, and the pony for Best Mobile Bug goes to exploiting the Samsung Galaxy S24 at Pwn to Own.
So this is fun for me because we went to college together.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mike with the ZDI. Unfortunately, Ken couldn't be here, but I'm picking up the award for him. I'm sure he'd be super stoked. I'm going to be giving it to him in Ireland at Pwn to Own here in a few months. Thank you.
I mean, that's definitely way cooler than the award money, I think, right? The little plastic horse. All right. Okay, so for next up, we have the Pony Award for Best Privilege Escalation Bug being presented by Mark Griffin.
Thank you. So this is a very interesting category. We had a lot of great research, a lot of good nominees this year, and all of them really reminding us that the only thing standing between us and doing whatever we want is just a couple of bits. So I gotta say, across the three nominees, there's a good spread. We had a Linux kernel vulnerability that had to have a sequence diagram to understand it because there's that much going on. You had an Active Directory attack that's showing that, like, hey, when you're part of an Active Directory, privilege escalation means more than just your local box. And an MSI installer bug, which really just throws back to when Windows Vista really taught all of us that choosing to install something on Windows is a privileged operation. So with that, let's hear from the nominees.
Best Privilege Escalation. Linux kernel VSOC quadruple race condition, an intricate exploitation where precisely orchestrating a race among 4 threads can trigger a use after free. Discovered by @V4Bell and @QWERTYPO. Bad Successor, a vulnerability impacting Microsoft's implementation of DMSA, enabling low-privileged users to compromise any user in Active Directory. Disclosed by Yuval Gordon of Akamai. Microsoft Windows MSI installer repair to system. This resulted in multiple local privilege escalation advisories for different products by Michael Baer. Instead of pursuing thousands of affected products, they went straight to Microsoft for the fix.
And the pony for best privilege escalation goes to Linux kernel vsock quadruple race condition. Sometimes that's just how it goes.
We gotta like do something about this 10 a.m. shit. Like, it's all right. We'll get them over to them. Cool. Next up, we have the Pony Award for Best Remote Code Execution being presented by Dakota Carey.
Hey there. Thanks so much for having me. When Ian left the stage a few moments ago, he came down and he said that we were actually moving a little bit too quickly. So I'm going to regale you with a monologue I memorized in 7th grade literature class. This is written by John Williams. And I'd like to begin by talking about the Western Plains of the United States. No, in seriousness, I'm up here I think as a likely victim of best RCEs, like in the course of my lifetime. I'm more like a food critic, and everyone in this room is like the chefs that I pay attention to. So this category is near and dear to my heart. And with that,
The pony nominees for Best Remote Code Execution. Mad License by Jinyang Peng, Ver, and Zishan Lin, a formidable zero-click pre-authorization RCE impacting all versions of Windows Server from 2003 to 2025 by exploiting a single memory corruption vulnerability and bypassing all the mitigations on the latest Windows Server 2025. Samsung Mobile Video Call One-Click RCE, presented at Black Hat 2024 by Kinrun Dai, Fan Yang, and Haikua She. Regression by Qualys, a signal handler race condition that leads to exploitable heap corruption and the first pre-authentication RCE in the default open SSH server configuration in nearly 20 years.
and the pony for Best RCE Bug goes to Regression. Anybody want to stand in for Regression? Alrighty, I'll take that one home. Oh, hey, here we go.
Thank you. Yeah. We got plenty of time too, so like. Go.
I'd like to thank the Academy for all those who voted for me. I appreciate it. For all of you for getting up early, waiting in line, coming to see me win this award. I so appreciate it. I don't have any 7th grade things memorized, but I am here at DEFCON to say let's have some fun, let's learn how to hack, and let's protect what we need to protect. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, thank you, Dakota, and I'm very happy to announce that we have found the winner for the best privilege escalation bug. So please come up on stage. Yeah.
Oh yeah, thank you.
If you want, say whatever you want.
Oh, thank you. I'm very honored to get the Pony Award in here and there are my co-worker whose name is Hyunwoo Kim. He who couldn't come, he came here, but he wants to show everyone that his picture, so I will show the people. And he is watching the video, so applause to him, please. It was so great that I get the Pony Award, and it was great experience that doing the It was very happy. I'm not that fluent in English that much, and Linux kernel has many vulnerability in here, and we found this vulnerability while doing the kernel CTF. So I'm very happy to hear. So thank you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay. Next up, we have the Pony Award for the lamest vendor response, which everyone always loves. I'll just run the, I'll yap a little bit about this, but I want to introduce the categories, so.
Nominees for lamest vendor response. Linux's CVE CNA. Again, for dismissing a critical out-of-bounds right in HFS+. Geo Hotstar for flat-out denying the profile pin bypass, marked as informative, known, not applicable, and nothing else. And finally, bunch of people for typical nonsense, ignored the report, no reply, no bounty, etc. Do better, vendors.
Praying that music's license free. No, some of those are really funny. Linux CNA, I remember, was just giving everyone an aneurysm. I'm not 100% what the current state of it is, but I understand they're doing their best, right? I could probably talk for like 45 minutes about the CVE ecosystem geopolitically, but I won't. Okay, well. It's very interesting. Anyway, the last bit was kind of funny too, because a lot of the time for lamest vendor, we get these nominees that are just like, I submitted this bug bounty and they didn't pay me, and it's like, right, but that, like, there's 10,000 other people that happened to. I'm sorry, I wish it didn't happen, but I mean, you know, fuck those guys. But the vendors, not the researchers. I love you guys, but you know. Anyway, let's see who won. The Pony Award for lamest vendor response goes to Linux CVE CNA again. So I don't know if there's any like kernel maintainers in the audience. It's open source. You could kind of just become one. That's kind of a huge issue, actually. Yeah, I see you. Come on, go ahead. Always clutch. Always clutch. Good stuff. You want to give this to Torvalds or something?
Yeah, so I'm not a kernel maintainer. And I actually, is it really a lame vendor response if they're not a vendor? Oh, did you buy anything from them? No. Did anybody here buy anything from them? Like, I mean, you can complain, you get your money back, but like, what are they going to pay? Like, I don't know, how's that work? So I'm from Portland, so I'll bring this back to Portland and maybe see if it gets somewhere. Yeah, there's some kernel maintainers, I think. I'm not a Linux desktop user, because like, who does Linux on the desktop?
That was last year.
I have it on my laptop though, but you know, whatever. Like me and my laptop though, I'm not sure who has worse sleep issues. And really, like, I've never, as far as I know, gotten infected with anything just by mounting it. So like, I'm not sure what the real deal with this bug is, but maybe I'll insert like an HFS Plus drive in here, and so they can mount the Pony. Yeah. Sound good? Good plan. So yeah, thanks again.
All right. Thanks, man. I was just going to say, if you want to stay safe, there's some equipment on the floor over there. Let's see. No, that is like always the killer thing. Much like the Pony Awards, knowing that Linux Foundation is getting fucking paid. I mean, I guess they technically are, but it's, yeah, I'm trying to be fair. Okay, so next up, we have the Pony Award for Most Epic Fail, being presented by our own Mark Trumpor.
Hi, I am Mark Trumpor. I am the Executive Director of the SummerCon Foundation. We are the stewards of the Pony Awards, and it is my great privilege and pleasure to be here with you today. I do actually like the negative awards a lot, because we are an industry that needs to be more reflective, I think, than many about our failures. Some awards shows celebrate triumph. This award, celebrates the other thing, but sometimes the most instructive moments come from watching it all go spectacularly wrong. The Epic Fail Award isn't about Schadenfreude. All right, maybe it is, a little. But it's about recognizing that in the ashes of a truly colossal mistake are lessons for all of us about resilience, humility, and occasionally how not to configure your production environment or just test it in production and see what happens. Last year, speaking of, CrowdStrike took home the trophy, and their president graciously accepted it in front of a stunned audience. We can only hope that this year's contenders will keep that proud tradition alive. Our nominees remind us that to err is human, failure is universal, and occasionally hilarious. All right, let's take a look.
And now, the 2025 Pony nominations for Epic Fail. Mike Waltz. For Signalgate, novel signal bypass. Is it really still leaking classified material if you just add them to the group chat? And the creepy stalkerware industry and its never-ending data breaches. TechCrunch reports that including Catwatchful's recent data leak, at least 26 companies have been hacked or had their customer and victim data leaked online since 2017. Credit available to any company brave enough to take it. Or Tal Dillian if he's present.
And the pony goes to Mike Waltz for Signalgate. I thought this might happen. And so the SummerCon Foundation, in addition to the Pony Award, has a gift for Mike Waltz. Are you here, Mike? Mike, maybe some of your friends, Pete or Marco or JD, maybe there. Or if maybe you're a writer for the Washington Post, you could come up here and, you could get this as well. It is a T-shirt with the SummerCon reminder that signal groups kill troops. I don't see him here, but we'll get this award to you, Mike. Don't worry, we know how to find you. Thank you.
I love it. Yeah, I'm kind of glad that one won because I'm pretty sure the other guy's sanctioned, but next up, we have our final award. It's the award for Epic Achievement. It's sort of the creme de la creme, like who kicked the most ass this year. There are some really cool awards or nominees in here. I have a favorite. I don't actually know who won, so we'll find out together. But yeah, let's check it out.
For Epic Achievement, Qualys. For uncovering not one, but two vulnerabilities in OpenSSH, one of the most trusted software tools in secure communications. Corneropolis. For prompt injection as defense. A clever twist that turns AI against itself. By exploiting LLM vulnerabilities to defend against cyber attacks, this work lures hostile LLM agents into sabotaging their own automation pipelines, demonstrating over 95% success against real-world LLM agents. Philippe Tuin. For My Fair Classic. Previously considered unbreakable, Philippe found ways to break these smart cards without any prior knowledge, and also discovered a few hardware backdoors in the process.
Those are all really cool. The last one is like hotel access cards, and the exposure was broad. And then obviously the SSH one. I mean, you guys have used SSH, right? Like a remote on that is kind of bad. I don't know, but let's see. The Pony Award for Epic Achievement goes to not one, but two vulnerabilities in OpenSSH. And I don't think we were able to get any Qualis guys here. We cannot afford plane tickets from Paris. Oh my God, never mind. Hi. Hey, hey. How you doing? You're a goon. Are you accepting the award? You work for Qualis. All right, that works. Come on. I'll give you a cool one. Yeah, that's a neat one.
Yeah, so I didn't do any of the research. I don't do any research at all, and thanks for the award.
Yeah.
I should be a manager.
You should.
I'm taking credit for everyone else's
Definitely.
work.
Yes.
Yeah, so thank
promote
you.
right now. Yeah.
I like it. No, I'm working towards it with this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great stuff. Okay, well, that actually pretty much wraps it up. So thank you so much for attending the Pony Awards this year, 2025. I'd like to give, first of all, everyone come up on stage if you were like helping out. Yeah, Dakota, you too. Huge thank you to our sponsors and supporters again. We've got Mark, Perry, Dawn, Ong, Neil, who helped a lot with the art, Dakota, Ong's in there twice, Emma, Winona, Kai, I'm in here, Mark, and also Ari and Rachel, who helped us actually manufacture the ponies this year, which is always a lot of work. So, and of course, thank you to all of you, because none of this would happen if we didn't have people doing the research in the first place or coming to see the actual award show and helping us make all this happen. So, yeah, thanks again. And we will hope to see you next year. All right.
I got the bag.
Good morning, DEFCON. We've got Adam and Marco up here to give you a talk about GPUs. But before we do that, I have to break in and do a little bit of an announcement. Adam, this is number 4 talking. We were catching up on his previous talks on the walk down here. But Marco, it's the first time. So we have a little celebration. We do a shot of liquor to congratulate them on getting accepted to the DEFCON stage for the first time, sort of welcome them in, tell them to break a leg. So please help Adam and I welcome Marco to the DEFCON presenter family.
Hello, everyone. I'm actually surprised there's so many people on Saturday, relatively in the morning, so thank you everyone for coming to this talk in the Saturday morning. I'm delighted to be fourth time on the DEFCON main stage and have an opportunity to speak about how to secure and how actually NVIDIA secure unique ecosystem shipping more than 1 billion cores. However, are we even the right people to speak about such an important topic? I don't want to spend too much time here, but who we are. Currently, I'm working in NVIDIA as Director of Offensive Security. My name is Adam Zabrodzki, and I'm leading various offensive security research efforts across the entire company. I'm also involved in the RISC-V International, when I'm serving as a Vice Chair of J Extension Group, and I'm author of various CPU ISA extension. And I'm also security architect of the GPU and next generation NVIDIA product. While Marco Mitic, who is here, co-presenter, he's software security architect and manager at NVIDIA, where he leads NVIDIA core RISC-V team. And he also GPU product security and risk officer and PSOC lead. So the most important question, I think, is why we even have this talk today. So NVIDIA is known from their data platform product, who looks like this, you can see on the screen. And this is not just a specific product, it's a platform. It's an entire platform who handles very complicated workloads, including AI workloads. This is the most known. And it's a huge machines. But that's not the only product which NVIDIA has. We also have this type of the product, which actually you can buy and plug into your already existing data platform and handle also AI workloads and other complicated workloads. But we also have traditional GPUs who looks like this. The one which is on the left, it's actually a consumer GPU, but on the right, it's actually also server type GPU, which is different complete architecture. Then we also have other products like that, Jetson Nano. We have system on the chips like Tegra, which is used in various products. We also have upcoming NVIDIA Digits and Spark. But what is important, even all of those products has completely different features. They look even completely different. They have completely different functionality. They have different security expectation. They have different threat model. On their core, on their heart, they're still running only one specific NVIDIA processor. So even they have completely different security warranties, they still are based on the one ecosystem, which is NVIDIA processor. So there is nothing hidden under the sun, and we wanted to give you a little bit insight how we redesigned the system to be able to fulfill so many various use cases. So first thing first, each NVIDIA chipset, which you saw on the previous slide, may include between 10 up to 50 microcontrollers in one die. There's a various level microcontrollers, like functional level controllers, like memory controllers, chip-to-chip interface. There is chip system level controllers, like RM, like PMU, like security, and more. There is also data processing. And what is important that in the past, all of those microcontrollers were actually designed and run on the internal proprietary RISC ISA called Falcon. However, our demand of growth and our demand of adaptability was much, much faster than Falcon could actually keep up. The legacy architecture couldn't keep up. So we have different trajectory of the growth, and it was very difficult to scale on the Falcon architecture. So it was sufficient at the time when we used it, but requirements and expectation changed. The security layer needed to be updated to fulfill all of the modern and also future expectation, which we don't even actually know how it's going to look like, yes? And NVIDIA processor and chip must meet the demand which we have, especially of the growth and adaptability. And they must be flexible enough to actually fulfill these needs. And AI workloads is still booming, actually. Not only AI workloads, but most of the complicated workloads booming, and the NVIDIA processor is actually a crucial piece of all of those processing. And we had actually an opportunity to redesign this ecosystem from the scratch to be able to fulfill all of those use cases, and actually wanted to do it in the secure manner. that will be scalable in the future, which we don't even know how this future is going to look like. And we decided to do this on the RISC-V. Why did we choose RISC-V? Marco will speak you more about.
Thank you, Adam. Hello, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. So let me continue with answering why did we choose RISC-V. So first, we wanted to retire our proprietary Falcon architecture and move towards an open and more future-proof foundation. The RISC-V offered better baseline performance without legacy overhead, and its flexibility enabled rapid hardware-software co-design through custom extensions. But the layered security isolation primitives were the key factor here. So essentially, we wanted to build a strong isolation model as strong as physically separate controllers. We did not want to keep adding new standalone controllers whenever we wanted stronger isolation for something. So we needed a common configurable platform for all microcontrollers across all products. And such a platform would need to be scalable, both up and out, so that we only pay for what's needed whenever we needed it. And RISC-V met all our requirements. This shows the rate of adoption of RISC-V at NVIDIA. So naturally, with more applications we run on controllers, we have more cores in each of the products. We first introduced RISC-V in Turing architecture, and then focus was on migrating from Falcon, making investments along the way through hardware-software co-design on security hardening, performance, and scaling. I do want to mention that we have RISC-V in all NVIDIA products, not just GPUs, but I only listed GPU architectures just for simplicity. So there are many aspects to forming a secure execution, and this list here is by no means an exhaustive one. What I highlighted are just items that our talk will be touching on today. And now let's go briefly over some RISC-V basics, as it's important to follow what's coming. So most commonly, RISC-V has 3 privilege modes: machine mode, supervisor mode, and user mode. And there is also this HS mode, or HS mode when hypervisor extension is present. Each privilege mode has its own set of CSR registers, and there are multiple access control primitives that are configurable per privilege level. PMP and IOPMP are the most fundamental isolation primitives, isolation units. So PMP, or physical memory protection, this is what restricts code running at different privilege levels from accessing certain memory regions. And IOPMP would be pretty much the same thing, just for peripheral devices. So essentially, it restricts devices like DMA or crypto to access some memory ranges. And from processor's perspective, IOPMP is used to restrict access to devices' control registers. NVMPU is NVIDIA's memory protection unit. That's NVIDIA extension. This is what enables tasks or processes if operating system is present on a controller. And apart from memory protection, it also does virtual to physical address translation. So NVRISC-V would be NVIDIA's implementation of the RISC-V ISA. It is highly configurable, and it has several NVIDIA custom extensions. I only listed security extensions here, and I believe we'll cover most of them throughout our talk today. And Peregrine is our hardware subsystem that includes NVRISC-V processor and peripheral devices. Within Peregrine, there may be multiple NVRISC-V cores, and the RISC-V extensions may or may not be present. We also have certain configurability within the peripheral devices as well. And depending on what microcontroller does, some cores may be in DCLS mode for safety and security. So internally, we describe this Peregrine ecosystem as one core strategy, essentially having one foundational hardware-software architecture for all microcontrollers across all products. This way, investments we make in these foundational elements, everything benefits from these investments. So on a given microcontroller, execution starts in immutable boot ROM or boot plugin if boot ROM is not present. And then we have separation kernel software, which creates and manages these isolated execution environments we call partitions. And partitions are where all the application software runs, where all the use cases are implemented. And this partition architecture is our foundation for running mixed criticality applications on a single NVRISC-V controller. And at the same time, that's also a foundation for our GPU software security. So because majority of applications, majority of software runs within partitions, it's very important to secure that execution environment. And this is what Adam is going to talk about next, and I'll come back to dive deeper in the core software elements.
Thanks, Marco. So yes, as Marco mentioned, the Peregrine ecosystem is actually much more than RISC-V, yes? We have entire ecosystem built on the top of this basic block, but still the foundation of everything what we've built, it's actually RISC-V. And its architectural flexibility, which RISC-V gave us, is awesome, yes? It's great for the innovation, but if you want to build entire ecosystem on the RISC-V, you must take into account some caveats which comes with it. So open source and flexibility, despite their undeniable advantages, they are actually some caveats that you need to take into account. Like, for example, fragmentation. What actually is implemented in the hardware? What software can expect? Specific optional extension exist or not? Is this specific functionality exist or not? How do I run securely on that specific hardware? Does this even include the hardware functionality which software expect? We don't know, because it's optional or mandatory. And there is some remediation for this problem, because RISC-V International provides something which they called profiles that mandate that specific profile must actually provide specific functionality. Some extensions are mandatory or optional. Also, when we decided to design this ecosystem on the RISC-V, their software ecosystem were not as mature comparing to other architecture, like x86 ISA or ARM ISA had much better software support at that time. And the remediation is that RISC-V dev partner is trying to close that gap and fulfill that, that gap. And there is also, whenever we work on the new extension functionality for the RISC-V, they also provide software support for those. There is also this kind of spirit that RISC-V is becoming more and more popular, so open source community also starting to bring in more support for those. However, speaking about the profiles, they are great at addressing the fragmentation, but there are still some caveats there. They may not always be mutually compatible. For example, profile RVA is not compatible with profile RVB. Also, even RVA profile does the best job to be able to be backward compatible. Still, there is some caveats. For example, profile RVA22 have vector extension as optional. However, RVA23 mandates vector extension, so there is still some caveats. And also, custom extension must be actually costly. And so we always say, please contribute to the RISC-V, because maybe you have a problem that nobody else had at that time, and you design your own custom hardware solution for those, yes? However, in the future, maybe someone else meet the same problem, and they developed also solution in the hardware for that problem, but together with the RISC-V. Then you will find out that yourself that your custom extension might be incompatible with the official ratified one, yes? So please contribute to the RISC-V to avoid this problem. And also new extension may actually solve your problem in the better or maybe not way, so contribute to RISC-V. And also if you have custom hardware, it means you also must have custom software support. Nobody else is going to do it for you. So it's better just to contribute to RISC-V and make this ecosystem grow together. So also speaking about the Peregrine, as Marco mentioned, Peregrine is much, much more than just RISC-V. There is other coprocessors, and there is other interesting components also from the security perspective, but still in the core of itself, the execution environment is still based on the RISC-V in our implementation of the RISC-V, which is NV-RISC-V. So how do we secure this new execution environment? At first, we wanted to learn from the past, yes? We don't want to repeat some mistakes. So we decided we do not we do not want to implement ASLR because we believe it had limited value in our specific execution environment. So, but it's still not free. You still need to pay cost of having ASLR. So we decided to use these resources instead of implementing something which has limited value in our ecosystem to be something more like it's better from the security perspective. It's more efficient from the security perspective instead of burning these resources for something which will have a limited value. Also, Peregrine, it's not the only one ecosystem there. There is other Peregrines in the die. As I mentioned, there could be between 10 to 50 Peregrines on the one core. Some Peregrines have different security levels, some have different threat models, some have different warranties. We need to take this into account when we design the ecosystem. Also, how do we communicate between this ecosystem, or between these different privilege level Peregrines? We must have a complicated, obviously, software and firmware. So we found out that still the software is the biggest attack surface for us. So how to actually effectively find the software vulnerabilities? We have NVIDIA Offensive Security Research Team, which I'm leading, and among other things, we also do, obviously, manual vulnerability research, because this is something which we must have, that everybody must have. But actually, that's not sufficient, because it's neither scalable solution, yes? You cannot just rely on those. It's something which you must have, but it's not enough. So we obviously need to have also automatic vulnerability detection because it's a crucial piece to automate some of the processes. So fuzzing can help here. And how to increase the effectiveness of the fuzzing? Obviously, we need to have some address sanitizer and code coverage driver instrumentation. That can help, yes? The problem is that RISC-V did not support that at that time. So what we done, we actually proactively modified the compilers to be able to bring address sanitizer to RISC-V ecosystem. Over the time, also software community pick it up, and now everybody can use address sanitizer on the RISC-V. However, when we're starting to use it, we realize it's still not fast enough for our ecosystem because it's very complicated. So we needed to have hardware support for the better fuzzing and automation. So that's how I created pointer masking extension for the RISC-V. And the main goal for this is aim to add hardware ASIN support and memory tagging later to RISC-V ecosystem, especially to our ones. But our ecosystem is unique. So among standard use cases like S and U mode, we also have unusual use case. We need to support M mode. We need to support bare metal code for fuzzing microcode. Yes, we also needed to support with and without OS layer. So because of those, I created own custom developed extension and brought it to RISC-V International to the TE group, which is now rebranded to Runtime Integrity. However, when I've done that, I realized, and I met other folks working on the similar problems, it turns out that independently people from the Google were also working on the somehow similar pointer masking solution. So instead of fighting between ourselves, we decided to unite and our use case and promote one single standard for everyone because this will be beneficial entire ecosystem, yes? So that's how pointer masking extension was created. And at first, the main principle of pointer masking is to serve as a framework for any feature who requires masking the pointers. And there's various use cases. They could be hardware ASIN and memory tagging like we wanted. They could be pointer authentication code. They could be hardware memory sandbox. Like you can see the visualization on the right side, top right slide, because it allows you to create in-process memory sandbox. But during ratification process, we simplified use case only to hardware ASIN and to be able to have the best ISA integration because there is so many corner cases, and to be able to serve as a framework, we must solve all of those problems. And we actually achieved that. And we also created a mode that you can have up to 7 bits masked from the top or up to 16 bits masked from the top. And also, in the meantime, we were working with the RISC-V International to be able to include pointer masking as a part of the profiles. So some of the profiles actually mandate pointer masking to be implemented in the hardware, and other profiles make them optional. And in total, we spent more than 4 years of work to be able to introduce pointer masking. And it's actually not one extension. It's umbrella for 5 different extensions, which is split per privilege level. And also, there is additionally 2 virtual kind of extension that only describe execution environment, but they have no bearing in the hardware implementation. Just mandate that you must have support of pointer masking in the U mode or S mode, and there is some method to be able to enable that. We also obviously create software ecosystem support for hardware ASIN for the RISC-V, which is listed here. And internally, when we actually finish all of those work in the RISC-V International, we added the software support for our custom NVIDIA ecosystem. So as of today, we actually run the GSP firmware fuzzing with the hardware ASIN, and we also running, as of today, resource manager microcode also fuzzing with the hardware ASIN. And we're also working to enable hardware ASIN on the bare metal fuzzing microcode, as well as the firmware under RTOS. So there is more people involved in the pointer masking, and that's the list, and kudos to everybody who are involved in this great research. Another extension which we believe makes sense, it's very effective from the security perspective, is actually hardware control flow integrity, not software CFI, but hardware CFI. I'm not going to describe how the ROP and return-oriented programming works because it's DEFCON, so I assume everybody knows how it works, but this is some visualization on the right slide. However, CFI protects against code reuse attacks, protects against return to libc, protects against the ROP, job, and this type of attacks. And CFI is actually it's a 2 extension. There's 2 sub-extensions inside of the CFI. One of them is a shadow stack, which enforces backward edge control flow integrity, and it creates a new region called shadow stack, which keeps the copy of return address. It's visualized on the right side of the slide. And it also preserves original stack ABI, and we introduced new register and also new instructions for shadow stack management. And before we return, we just compare if the return address from the shadow stack, its equivalent on the same which is in the normal stack. And the shadow stack region is protected by the hardware, so attacker doesn't have access to it. So then you cannot actually overwrite the copy of the return address. And If the return address doesn't match, the hardware will raise the exception, and we can kill the process or react however we want to. And we also believe that this extension is so powerful that we can actually remove the stack cookies and replace them with the shadow stack. So because of doing that, we do not blow up the code, because the size of the instrumentation of the epilogue and the function code will replace the one which is used by the stack cookies, so the code will not grow in size. And it's much more effective than stack cookies, so why keeping both? And again, the second extension under CFI calls landing pads, which enforces forward edge control flow integrity as opposite to backward edge on the shadow stack. That it's actually mandated that any indirect branch must always be landing in the landing pad instruction. It's a new instruction. However, this new instruction additionally encodes 20-bit label. So, and whenever we have enforcement of the landing pads, then any indirect branch must always land in the landing pads. Additionally, this landing pad must always have correct hash. It can't be just random landing pads. It must be specific hash. And because we have 20 bits of the space to use for the hash, we actually can reduce the collision problem with other ISA architecture have, because our label is much longer than other architecture. So as today, we believe the RISC-V hardware CFI is the strongest CFI ISA implementation. And again, we also were working with the RISC-V profiles and RISC-V International to include CFI as a profile. And actually, hardware CFI is mandated to some profile and optional to another one. We also have software ecosystem support for those. And inside NVIDIA, we adding software and hardware support for this, and we committed to bring it to the production in the Rubin timeframe. And again, there's more people involved in the CFI than just us and other folks. The list of everyone who are involved of those, and especially kudos for the George and Ved who are chair and co-chair of this group. And also, what's next? What we are planning to? Obviously, memory tagging, because this was the main idea also behind the pointer masking, yes? It addresses the performance issue, which you can still have with the hardware ASIC, and additionally, memory tagging is targeting to be enabled in the production binaries. Also, we are obviously actively contributing to the RISC-V memory tagging extension, and we want to bring support for this in the software and the hardware when ratified, this extension. So basic concept, whenever you allocate the memory, then pointer will get the spatial tag or color, however you call it, assigned to that pointer during allocation. Additionally, the memory itself will also have another separate tag or separate color, which will have actually the same value as the one assigned to the pointer. So whenever you reference the memory, the hardware will compare if the tag matches the one in the pointer with the one in the memory. If the tag matches, it means you are inbound of access. Otherwise, the hardware will detect that you're touching different tag, different color, and tries the exception. So it's actually kind of very effective and different approach to detecting the problem, because it can detect any type of the out-of-bound access, memory corruption, use after free, all of those. It's detectable by the hardware. But what is important is detected before corruption happens. Most of the mitigation detect post-corruption. This is before corruption. So there is no chance for attacker to do anything yet, because hardware will kill it in the root cause before the corruption happens at first place. Another extension which we working on now, we're trying to extend the CFI M mode, shadow stack to the M mode actually, because landing pads is defined in every mode, but shadow stack is only defined, not defined in the M mode. So we want to extend shadow stack to the M mode as well, using PMP to be able to protect also critical M mode software. And another extension which we're looking at is actually hardware fault isolation, HFI, which addresses in-process memory sandbox, which was removed from the original pointer masking. But this is a very interesting use case. We are interested on that feature as well. There's no TG yet, but we are evaluating the benefits of bringing such sandbox to our software ecosystem. So how it works? In principle, HFI introduced something like user mode concept of memory region. Doesn't need to be on the user mode, but it can be enabled also in the user mode. It's similar to concept of x86 segmentation. So any access outside of this region, predefined region, will generate a hardware trap. So before, what you do, you generate the list of the base length and attributes of the sub-regions, and whenever you want to execute untrusted code, you just enter to this sub-region, and then hardware will enforce that you cannot touch anything else, excluding the predefined hardware region of the memory. And it's enforced by the hardware. And there is another areas of interest for us, which is post-quantum cryptography, PQC. We also evaluate side channel protection hardening. We're also looking in the cherry, and we're also looking on the enhanced hardware fault injection protection. So what I was speaking about, it's a hardware foundation security. What about the software? So this is what Marco will speak about next.
Thank you, Adam. Now let's go over software layers that form this foundation. So our partition design draws inspiration from multiple independent levels of security and safety, or MILS architecture that's common in high assurance systems, like in defense and avionics industries. So again, partitions are isolated execution environments defined by manifest and partition policies, which are signed, encrypted static configuration sets that have fine-grained configurations for hardware access control primitives we have. So essentially, bootrom first parses manifest and then configures the hardware such that it limits capabilities and the maximum software for the rest of the maximum privilege for the rest of the software that comes on that core. And partition policies are parsed by separation kernel, which then further configures hardware and thereby defines a partition where application software runs. Important thing to note here is that manifest and policies are signed separately from partition images, so nothing done within partitions would affect policy configuration. So at any given time, only one partition is active per core, and all the information flow in and out partitions is access controlled via policies. So the separation kernel is that software component that creates and manages partitions. It is not a hypervisor, so it only controls what hardware is exposed to partitions. It does not abstract any hardware, nor it provides any high-level functionalities for partition software. During a partition switch, separation kernel would clear out the previous partition state, then parse the target partition policy, reconfigures the hardware, and then transfer execution to that target partition. From separation kernel's perspective, scheduling is simple, it's cooperative, but different scheduling policies can be built on top. And there are mechanisms to detect when a partition is stuck, preempt it, and then transfer execution to a predefined fallback partition. This kernel is small in size. It is written in Ada Spark programming language, and it is formally verified to be free of runtime errors. But before separation kernel, we have the bootrom, which is immutable in hardware and embedded in hardware and also written in Spark language. Because of its nature and importance, we added specific extensions to further secure its execution. For example, the ROM protection here means that the ROM is split into sections, such that after each phase of bootrom execution, hardware will disable the previous state, previous section. So even if you somehow manage to get the core to jump back, it won't work. And we have execute-only memory, so the code cannot be dumped out. All functions are leaf functions, so there is no return address spill on stack. And during the core software execution, the core is in lockdown state, so all external access is disabled. We have multiple glitch attack mitigations in hardware, but what I added here is a reference to Adam's talk where they explain details of a flaw they found in RISC-V ISA itself that makes glitch attacks more successful. And as I said before, depending on what microcontroller does, some cores may be in DCLS mode. Essentially, this means that there is another core that's in lockstep with the main core, just delayed by a few cycles. So if there's a mismatch between the execution, it means something off is going on, and it will be detected. This is added for safety, but it also makes glitch attacks less successful. Harder. Okay, now let's talk about language-based security a bit. As I mentioned Spark multiple times now. So traditionally, we rely on tests to show program's correctness, or to point that there is a security vulnerability somewhere in the code. And this is good, but there are no guarantees that you won't have a, let's say, single overflow in a large C code base, for example. But with Spark, we can prove that whole classes of vulnerabilities will not ever happen. And we do that through contract-based programming, and due to the fact that the Spark is a very strict subset of Ada language with formally defined specification. So here I have one simple procedure and pre- and post-condition contracts, and this is the implementation. So with Spark, we can prove that this implementation is correct given the contracts. And this is done through this high-level pipeline that involves multiple steps and some fancy tools like SMT solvers. But the beauty with Spark nowadays and the tools we have available with it is that we can abstract all that complexity with proving away and use Spark and its tools to get to a formally verified implementation without knowing the intrinsics of the SMT solvers or the underlying mathematics of it. So the pipeline would actually look more like this. So all that complexity with proving is, let's say, hidden under this tool called gnat-prove, which you would use through this iterative process. And if some property cannot be proven, gnat-prove would give you counterexamples of why something doesn't hold. And then you would go back, change specification, implementation, or even the contracts, and do it again. But most likely you won't be able to implement 100% everything you want with just Spark. So you would need to make calls into Ada, C, or assembly. In this case, you would test for what you cannot prove. Essentially, if you make a call into C, your preconditions should be tested because non-Spark code is invisible to Spark and its tools. And you should make sure that there are no side effects to that non-Spark call, or at least assert and test for expectations that the Spark environment has for those. Now you may be wondering why you can't do all this with C, Ada, or Rust, for example. And what follows is my modified section of a talk I saw once that I really liked, that explains the fundamental difference between the languages and why we can use Spark to do all this. So let's say this is a finite machine state set of a given machine, so all possible combinations of memory, registers, everything. And this would be a subset of that machine state set that is attainable through a programming language. And the green box here would be machine states that fall under correct execution of your program, so the thing that you want to build. And C is the most powerful language. It tends to extend its state set that it can attain, while Ada, Rust, and other languages are more strict, so they have a reduced state set. But Spark is a very strict subset of Ada programming language with no ambiguities, with no undefined behavior, with formally defined specification. And this is the main reason why you can rely on Spark, build on top, use the tools I mentioned, and get to a formally verified implementation for something. Again, most likely you would need to use these escapes, as I call them, to a non-Spark world and make calls into C, Ada, or assembly, in which case you'll fall back to testing and test for what you cannot prove. So the main point here is to minimize usage of those and to keep them very small so that you can rely on testing and manual verification. But if you have most of your code in Spark, or let's say some subcomponents 100% written in Spark, having this guarantee that there will be no runtime exceptions at any given time for any given input is extremely valuable for both security and reliability perspectives. So coming back to the original architecture diagram, this multi-partition architecture is our foundation for running mixed criticality applications on a single NVRISC-V microcontroller. This isolation between partitions is done through hardware access control primitives that are only configurable by core software that is formally verified to be free of runtime errors. The AORTE, or absence of runtime errors, is a common term used for this. Now, there are certain attack vectors that you can't really defend against via language only, and side channels would kind of be the obvious ones. So we designed our hardware and configured it such that we mitigate against those. Although, theoretically, it is possible that you model all the bits of the hardware, so all the branch predictors and caches, and model that in software, and then use that model to prove that your software mitigates against these. But this is extremely complex, and a much more practical approach would be to combine software techniques with the proper hardware configuration to mitigate against these kind of attacks. I was thinking about top 5 takeaways for all this journey of ours, and I would say if you have a chance to design something from ground up or redesign something, first you should think holistically and start a design from both top-down and bottom-up. So things like confidential compute and virtualization introduced requirements we had to consider from the very beginning when we started building this foundation. I do understand that not everyone is in a position to do hardware-software co-design, but when building a large ecosystem, a hardware-software co-design is a must. Being just different does not imply innovation, so standards are good, and it does pay off when standards are followed, so innovate when you must. And we saw how memory safety is a harder problem as well. But ultimately, there are no silver bullets in security, and defense in depth remains the most reliable guiding principle. And now over to Adam, and he's going to close with some lessons learned.
So yes, what are the lessons learned? So actually, hardware extensions are not enough, yes? The biggest attack surface is still actually a software, as we discussed at the beginning. So we must co-design hardware and software to be able to create a secure execution environment. And some hardware extension, like we discussed, actually help doing that. But that's not enough, because even in the bound of the hardware limitations, software can still misbehave, and there is some room for the playground. So that's why it's so important to co-design and software and the hardware. There is no silver bullet in just one layer. Also, formally verified language like Spark or memory-safe language like Rust, they are great. They're awesome. They have significant security return of the investments, but costs are actually substantial. It's not cheap, yes? So it's very likely we are going to live in the hybrid world for a while, because either we cannot afford to rewrite the software in the more secure language, or maybe we must rely on the third-party library, which we do not control, and they're just not going to be rewritten at all. We just don't know, so it's very likely it's going to be a hybrid world for a while. And also, it's worth to keep in mind there is also non-memory safety issues. They still exist in any type of the language, yes? And we actually make a talk about the bugs on the formally verified Spark language on DEFCON 30, so we recommend to watch on this. And I think this is the most important bullet from the entire talk. So actually, how to create innovative ecosystem. You actually need to have, it's a demand, you must have a forward-thinking mindset. At first, you don't know how you're going to evolve, so you must be flexible. You must be flexible enough to be able to have an opportunity to evolve to have an evolution of your hardware and the software in the way that you might not even know from the beginning. But you must be flexible enough to be able to have such kind of primitive to be flexible, yes? And also how to do it, you must kind of predict the industry trends, some kind of informed prediction of the industry trends. How to do that? You must be part of the various initiative and organization, because this you can actually see where the entire industry is moving, and you can have informal prediction where it's going to move anyway. And sometimes signals are not obvious, but you can read them from the air on this type of the discussion in the organization. And also scalability, flexibility, reliability, performance, and security must be taken collectively, not separately. It's very tempted to be able to optimize, for example, reliability on the cost of the security. But then you will lose the flexibility of your ecosystem, which means you may or may not adapt to the future threats which can arise and you don't know. And also, we believe that hybrid attacks, not just pure software attack, not just pure hardware attack, are going to be on rise, and they're still rising now. We see the attacks like Rowhammer, side-channel attacks, or even the bugs in the ISA, which Marco referenced. Those type of attacks, neither hardware, neither software, it's between. They are hybrid attacks, and we believe they are going to be on rise. So that's it what we have today. If we have any questions, we are happy to answer. Thank you.
Are you not getting audio out of the laptop?
Let me introduce the agenda. First, I will introduce some. Hello everyone, thanks for coming. I am very honored to be here to give a presentation. So today our topic is Find Observe the hidden soul of democracy in Kafka. First of all, let me introduce my team. We are security engineers from Alibaba Cloud, and I am Ziyang Li. Let me introduce the agenda. First, I will introduce something about Kafka. Then we'll compare previous research with our new findings. Next, discuss the journey of hunting-bus in Kafka ecology. After that, we will uncover the hidden vulnerabilities in Kafka broker. And finally, explore the insights and differences. Okay, let's officially begin our presentation. So, what's Kafka? According to the official documentation, Apache Kafka is an open-source distributed event streaming platform widely adapted by the enterprises for building high-performance data pipelines, real-time analysis, data integration systems, and critical application architectures. At its core, Kafka has three main products: producers, consumers, and Kafka cluster. Consumers are like the data sources. They send messages into the system. Consumers read those messages and act on them, like analyzing or storing data. And the Kafka cluster is a backbone. She handles messages, storage, replications, and ensure everything runs smoothly at scale. Inside the Kafka cluster, the functions are split into two main parts: the data plane and the control plane. The control plane is in charge of managing all the metadata, like topics, brokers, and reputation. Meanwhile, the data plane is where the real action happens. It's handled by the brokers, which are responsible for reading from and writing to Kafka topics. In the control plane of Kafka, there are two different implementations of the key-sensitive protocol. The older one based on Kafka and the newer one known as Kraft control. As for the data plane, client requests fall into two categories: produce requests and fetch requests. The produce request is used to write a batch of data to a specific topic. A fetch request, on the other hand, is used to write data from Kafka topics. These operations are all limited with the topic, making it the central component in Kafka's architecture. In addition, Kafka has a powerful ecology. The Kafka ecology is built around several core components: Kafka Core, Kafka Streams, Kafka Connect, REST Procedure, Schema Registry, and case code. So, are there any security risks? That's a good question. Let's now look at the known findings and see how certain protections might be bypassed in practice. There is a remote code execution vulnerability in Kafka clients, identified at CV 2023-25194, which can be exported in components such as Red and Kafka Connect. The key here is that if an attacker can control the connection string used to connect to Kafka, they might be able to trigger GMDI injection, and that will lead all the way to remote code execution. Here is the proof of concept. The program acts as a Kafka client and uses an attack-controlled connection stream to connect the Kafka server. The payload contains an LDA PUI, which is the key component in this export. As the program runs, it ends up triggering a GMDI lookup. Here on the right, you can clearly see the code stack leading to the injection point. This is the core of the vulnerability. Let's focus on the login context login process. It's central to understanding how the export works. It will initialize, subject, and construct GMDI login module and initialize with subject, callback handler options, and finally close the login method. GMDI login module login will close the attempt authentication method. Then the lookup method of initial method is closed. Before we move on to the next slide, I would like to briefly introduce the lookup method here. It's a common thing like runtime exec, and if you look up an untrusted address and leads to RCE, you can use a diagram to show how the attack process. First, the attacker set up an evil GMDI server. Second, the attacker constructs the evil connection stream and passes it to the Kafka client. Third, the Kafka client passes the connection stream, constructs the evil login config, passes it to the login context, and closes the login method of login context. Then, the login context initializes the GMDI login module to authenticate the user. Next, the GMDI login module loads up the evil GMDI server, and the server returns something evil payload. Finally, the server is taken over. The key point is the controllable login config. Kafka client allows users to control the login config, so the user can use an evil login config to achieve RCE. In the version 3.4.1, the Rector introduced a backlist mechanism, and by default, it includes GMDI login module. In other words, the GMDI login module is disabled out of the box. If we run the POC again, we will see the program now slower and exception. The error message clearly says that GMDI login module is not allowed. We can use a diagram to show how the patch works. When the attacker constructs the evil connection stream and passes it to the Kafka client, the Kafka client will check the login config. If the login config contains a evil login module, namely GMDI login module, the Kafka client will raise an exception. And can be bypassed. After understanding both the vulnerability and knowing how the patch works, we came up with an idea. What if we find another login module that can be abused in the similar way? If we can identify a new malicious login module, such as much like GMDI login module, we might be able to achieve RCE once again. So, what are the registrations on the login modules that we are looking for? First, improvement login module. Second, is this in popular Java libs? Third, can trigger RCE, attribute file write, attribute file read. Thanks to this idea, we found several interesting login modules. The first one is the policy login module, provided by JBoss. As the name suggests, it delegates an authentication ask to another agent or module. Specifically, in its initialize method, it constructs an agent based on the specified login module name, and then initializes it. During the login phase, the policy login module passes the authentication process to the agent. Now, you might have already guessed where I am going with this. Yes, we can use policy login module to bypass the backlist. Here is the perk. We configure the policy login module and set its login name to GMDI login method, even though it's on the backlist. When we run the POC, you can see that the login method of a GMDI login module is actually invoked. If we check the evil GMDI server, we can find that we have bypassed the backlist and achieve RCE again. Here's how the bypass works. POSI login module delegates to JMDI login module, allowing us to bypass the backlist and trigger JMDI injection, leading to RCE. Another interesting set of login modules is provided by WebSphere. Due to time constraints, I won't go into full details, but just the proof of concept. Imagine a web server deployed on WebSphere that allow users to control Kafka connection stream. Could we take it over? Of course we can. The idea is simple. We prepare a consumer login configuration file. Then we send the first payload to instruct the web server to use our login config. After that, we send a second payload which will trigger an error. As a result, the server writes the error message now containing malicious content to the file we specified. Finally, we will get a wrap shell and achieve RCE again. In addition, there's an interesting login module named LDAP login module. It's built into the JDK. Its login method calls the term authentication method. When authenticating the user, the login module will first obtain name and password via a callback handler. Then it will check whether the password is blank. If not blank, it will initialize the JMDI LDAP log context, which is a trigger JMDI injection. Briefly, if we can find a callback handler that can provide a password, we can trigger JMDI injection and achieve RCE. So our goal is to find a callback handler for the LDAP login module. There are 3 registrations on the callback handlers that we are looking for. First, it should be able to handle name callback and password callback. Otherwise, you will receive unsupportive callback exception. Second, it should be able to obtain a password which is not blank. Most importantly, it should be implement authenticate callback handler, which is an interface provided by Kafka. Otherwise, we will receive a cluster exception. To be honest, it's really hard to ship all 3 requirements at the same time, especially the last one, which greatly limited the range. So, which vectors implement the interfaces of Kafka? After some investigation, we found that Confluent is a great candidate. Confluent is the creators of Kafka and the custodians of Kafka. And Confluent has their release versions. Confluent primarily offers 2 versions, the community versions of Kafka, known as CP Kafka, and the commercial version called CP Server. As a strong shared availability exists in CP Server but not in CP Kafka. We tested this on November 2024 or on version 7.7.1, and it was confirmed to be supportful. These issues has since been fixed in the newer versions. We discovered a callback handler named file-based dynamic blank callback handler in Confluent Kafka, which reads the username and password from the local file. Here is a simplified code of a file callback handler. We can control the file name, the keys of name, and password. For example, if there is a file named user.conf, the file contains 1 or more username password pairs separated by semicolons. This callback handler means almost resistance. but the file named user.conf is created by us. Can we find one more common one? Of course, the etc password file fits our needs perfectly. This means we no longer need to upload a consumer user.conf. We just need to set the file name to etc password and keep to an existing user, for example, root. Here is the poke. In the end, we can use this callback handler to trigger JMDI injection and achieve RC. As shown in the diagram, shows how the entire attack processed. In the third step, we can use the file-based dynamic blank login callback handler to bypass the login config track. And this callback handler will obtain the username and password to the LDAP login module. And finally, the LDAP login module will recover an evil JMDI server and finally will be taken over. As you can see on this slide, we are now entering a new phase of our research. Not just exploiting a single vulnerability, but hunting for bugs around the entire Kafka ecology. In the previous chapter, we successfully triggered JMDI injection in the Kafka clients of the commercial version of Kafka. Can this be impactful in the real systems as CVE 2023-25194? Let's take it step by step. First, can Kafka Connect be exploited? After our testing, the answer is yes, it can be exploited. We can follow the official Confluent Kafka documentations to install and set up a Confluent platform. This proof of concept is exploiting CVE 2023-25194 vulnerability in Apache Kafka Connect. This is our new product from Confluent Kafka Connect. We just need to convert it into appropriate format and then replace it with the previously mentioned bypass payload. And it will finally trigger JMDI injection and achieve RC again. Something else? Yes, let's start a journey to take over Confluent KCircleDB server. When we deploy the Confluent platform, there are many components. In the website, we can see three obvious components. When I try to use it, I find the KCircleDB is something like DBMS. Since DBMS also has a lot of features, just choose this to analyze. And then I read documents to know about this. And when I read the documents, I find an interesting issue in the GitHub. It says the producer is closed firstly. Wait a moment. Why does the producer exist here? And I just try it out in our local environment. We can see the producer config in logs. What does this mean? Through the insert operation, KCircleDB can produce data. Can we modify the producer config? We can see that the configuration is obtained from session config. So what is the session config? Since there is no other place to set it up here, let's give a simple try. Unexpectedly, we successfully modified the configuration. And then we modify it to use our POC. And we finally achieve RC here. Let's watch the video demo. Okay, let's do a brief summary. Using the bypass technology, we successfully bypass constrained Kafka broker and achieve RCE on the Kcl DB. We have taken over the constrained products of multiple cloud vectors. So if we has attack control Kafka client's configuration and using the bypass tactics, we can achieve RCE.
So next, let's uncover hidden vulnerabilities in Kafka Broker. And in previous section, we already have a basic understanding of the Kafka ecosystem. And it is clear that the Kafka Broker is the core component of the Kafka ecosystem. And also prior to this, Kafka Broker had no RCE vulnerability. And so if someone can find a vulnerability in such a critical and unbreakable system, and it is definitely something worth celebrating. And so you may be curious about how I found this vulnerability, and to be honest, just by accident. So initially, I didn't ever think that I could achieve RCE in Kafka Broker, and as mentioned earlier, I was actually focusing on finding other issues or potential bypass method in the Kafka client. And at that time, I was reading the official document looking for some suspicious configuration. And when I read the document, I found a very interesting feature, and that is the listeners can be added or removed dynamically. And also what's more, the JAS configuration of the listener can also be set dynamically. So this means that the Kafka Broker also supports JAS. And here, let's take some time to introduce this interesting feature. So first, this is a very normal request, and the user just sends an add listener request to the Kafka Broker, and the broker receives the request and add a new listener. And after that, the other Kafka clients can connect to this new listener for producing or consuming message. But if there is a hacker, and he can just send an evil request, and the broker will receive the add listener request and try to add a new listener. However, the server will also trigger the JAS process and will send the gendia request to the evil gendia server and finally achieve RCE. So first, let's set up the exploit environment, and we can download the binary from the official website and then run below command to start the Kafka server. And now let's exploit it step by step. So first, we can use the Kafka config tool to retrieve the broker's configuration. As you can see here, there are a lot of configuration, and here we should pay special attention to the broker ID, and here it is one. And here we only need to focus on the configurations related to listener. So we use grep command, and you can see that now it has 2 ports, and the one is the standard 9092 port, and the protocol is plain text, and the other is managed by craft and called controller listener, and the port is 9093, and then we can use nested command to check the locally listener ports and confirm the existence of these 2 ports. And so now we will try to add a new listener, and we just copy the previous configuration and add a new listener, listen on the 9094 port. And as you can see that after we send this request, and the Kafka server will receive the request and update its configuration, and we can use the nested command to check the newly added ports. And you may have noticed that the newly added listener configuration is SASL plain text. So what is that? And it is essentially the communication protocol for brokers. And there are different types such as plain text, and it is encrypted, and SASL, and it is authenticate, and also SSL. SSL is the encrypted protocol. But in fact, after we execute the command to add a new listener, essentially when we specify the new listener use the SASL protocol, and it will throw an exception on the broker side. And if we look carefully the error message, we can see that it indicates the absence of JAS related configuration. And this is because that Kafka's authentication mechanism is based on JAS, and therefore, when we add listeners that requires authentication, and the system will look for corresponding JAS configuration. And if we properly configure these settings, and we can trigger the JAS process and finally achieve RCE. But the question is, how can we set the evil JAS configuration? And after reviewing the Kafka official document again, and I just found the answer. We can configure it through the configuration key, and you can see the key is listener name, and .sasl mechanism .sasl.js.config. And so now we need to set the corresponding configuration, and since by default the SASL mechanism is JASS API, so we can name it in this way: listener.name.sasl plaintext, this is our listener name, and .JSS API, this is our SASL mechanism, and .sal.js.config. And so we already succeed in one shoot, but it didn't work, and it threw a new exception, but not bad since at least we successfully configured our JAS. But set not equal solution and code equal clues, and I just reviewed the code, and you can see that this is our error message. And so here you can see we need to set either the GSS server name or the config server's name. And here I choose to set this config server's name, and you can see that I get from our configuration SASL Kerberos server's name. So here we need to add this parameter. So now you can see that we just add this configuration key, and we just add a test. And finally you can see that we receive the LDAP request. So yeah, we finally made it. And there exists another solution. So we can simply change our SASL mechanism to plain, and don't forget to modify the name. And we can also receive the LDAP request. And since now we can just utilize the server, send the GNDI request, and the only thing we need to do is deploying an evil GNDI server and then waiting for the shell. So now I have discovered the first ever RCE vulnerability in Kafka Broker, and no one has thought of it in this way. And if you look carefully, and we just exploit it in an old version of Kafka. And so at that time, I just wondered that does this exploit also works in the latest version? And then I just choose to exploit in the version 3.4.0, and the exact version fixed the CVE 2023 and 25194. But when I try to exploit, but unfortunately, it just threw an exception, and just the same exception as the Kafka client. And I was very confused. I don't know why the patch method related to the Kafka client also affects Kafka server. And I reviewed the source code, and finally I got the answer. And the reason is that you can say the Kafka client uses the load client connect function to load the JS configuration, and it will finally call the load function we specify we are client. And however, our Kafka server will also use the load server context function, and it will also call the load function in the end, and it will specify our type is server. But our Kafka patch method is adding a restriction in the load function. So this means that it will influence both the server side and the client side. So Kafka just accidentally fixed a crucial unknown server side vulnerability. So what the hell? But since the fixed way is the same as the client, and if you remembered in the previous section, and we have a bypass method in the Confluent version, and so does this mean that we can bypass and achieve RC in the latest version of Confluent Kafka Broker? And so first, we also need to set up the environment and just follow the guide. And now we need to add a port mapping to help with our testing. And then we can use the Kafka config tool to quickly verify if our server runs normally. And here, we first just want to test with our previous code, just want to verify whether the Confluent broker has patched the vulnerability. And we set it by fetching the current listener configuration, and this is now and slightly different with the previous one, and then slightly modify the previous poke, but however, it throws an exception indicating the absence of the security protocol not defined. And I just find the reason, and the reason is that we missed this configuration. And you can see that the security protocol of each listeners must be defined in this configuration. And in our previous Kafka broker vulnerability, and since by default it has already defined this map, and you can see it has the SASL plan test. So now, we will not encounter the error. But however, here, this is our now map, and you can see that it only has controller, plan test hosts, don't have the SASL plan test. So this is why we failed. So we need to add this parameter. And now you can see that we just modify the listener security protocol map, and we add this mapping. And now we can use the listeners as ASL plan test. You can see that yes, and we just trigger the patch logic. So now we need to just bypass it using our previous method. And just looking back at our previous method, and you can see that the key of the bypass method is the sasl.login.callback.handle.class parameter. But now here is the question: how can we set the callback handler on the broker side? So after reviewing the official document again, and I discovered that it can also be configured dynamically, and the format of the key is similar to the key format used by the listener, and called listener.name.listener.name.sl.login.callback.handler.class. And now we can just edit the callback handler, and the name is listener.name.sal.plantat.plan.sal.login.callback.handler.class, and we modify the JS configuration to our previous bypass method. And finally, we can also receive the GenDI request. So this means we successfully bypass it. And now here comes to the video. And so first, we just run our evil GenDI server, and we get the listener's configuration, and we just run our. So first, we started the listening port, waiting for the shell, and we run our exploit payload, and update configuration, and finally we receive the shell. And you can see that we are inside our container, and this is the Confluent Kafka broker. So after that, we promptly reported our findings to the Kafka official team, and finally, Kafka has acknowledged this vulnerability, and this is the first ever RC vulnerability affecting Kafka broker. And we also reported this vulnerability to Confluent, and we were rewarded the highest ever bug bounty in Confluent. And also here is the patch, and it is very easy to understand, and it just disabled GenDI login module and the LDAP login module by default. And finally, is some defense recommendation. So first, if you still use the affected version of Kafka, and please update now. And then authentication and authorization must be enabled to prevent unauthorized sites. And what's more, the components in the Kafka ecosystem are very important and usually don't need to be exposed to public internet, and therefore it is best not to expose them publicly. So, is there any questions? And thanks again for your listening, and if you have any questions, please feel free to contact us.
I'd like to welcome these first-time speakers up with a shot.
Mic check, please. Can I get the mic up? Mic, testing, 1, 2. Can I get this other mic working, please? Hello, hello, hello. Yes. All right. So I wanna set some records straight. I'm not a first-time speaker, but I'm an alcoholic, a working alcoholic. So I wanted the shot. Cheers to DEFCON. American bourbon, which as a Canadian is almost unacceptable for me to get. Thank you, sir. All right, the content is so packed that we're gonna like stroll through it. But so here's a slide about bragging about ourselves. Let's get right into it. First, I guess I should read our title. So, hacker dropping mid-heist selfies, LLM identifies information stealer, infection vectors, and extract IOCs. This is a mouthful, but we'll get through it. Big agenda, and first, you need to understand, and we'll go through together the agenda, so don't worry, don't feel bad. But first, I need to set the record straight about information stealer malware. You need to understand to see what we're doing with this. So, information stealer malware, people usually infect themselves. They download cracked software is one of the big vector. But so it goes through your computer and it reaches to everything that can be stolen and leveraged, right? And usually this is the credentials, the crypto wallets, like everything that could be leveraged. Admin rights are not required, and it doesn't persist. So for IR, it's complicated, it's difficult. It's not a fun place to be. Then the data is exfiltrated to Telegram most of the time, not always Telegram. But so it goes to C2, and it's packaged, and it's resold on the darknet. It's resold on cybercrime forums. Now, then, the cybercriminals, they package it, they sell it in bulk. So they sell it, they bundle everything together, they sell it in bulk. And this talk is about going into each infections, and we have millions of them, we collected millions of them, going inside the infection, going after the screenshot. The screenshot is a really hard artifact to analyze as a cyber criminal. So this is what we did, and what is what the takeaway of our whole presentation. But so, why a screenshot, right? So the cyber criminals, they're trying to infect everyone, and sandboxes are messing with them, right? The virus total and stuff like that. So for them, including a screenshot part of the infection is good, because they can tell, like, this is not a normal computer, this is not a user's computer. It's a very telltale sign for them. So they added that feature of the screenshot when they infect the computer, and they were probably feeling like this. They were probably like, oh my God, I'm the shit. Like, I figured out how to bypass sandboxes. But for us, it's more like this. It's more like you're taking a selfie at the crime scene. Like you're telling us, you're giving us information. You know, it sounds cool from your perspective, but from our perspective, it's like giving us so much intel. So this is a real one, right? The other one were jokes. But this is what it looks like. So we have all the context, right? Fortnite, like Fortnite mod, the URL, the download, the password, everything is in there. And here's another example. It's a mega. We have the URL again. We know the context of the infection. It's a Microsoft Office crack. All the clues are there for us to do the IR or to explain what happened. So what we felt about that was more like this, right? Threat actor is basically giving us, this is Estelle's meme, by the way. Most memes are from her. I'm a millennial, she's a Gen Z, so she has the on-key memes. But so we were like, thank you, buddy. You don't realize how much you're giving us. Everything is in there. We know what happened, and we can solve the mystery and track campaigns doing that, right? And we have millions of them. Like, we have around 150 million information stealer log, but like 15 million of them plus contain the screenshot. So out of that, so with this, we're very successful at tracking it. But the problem with, so an analyst can tell everything about the screenshot, but an analyst can only do so much, right? We're drowning in information. But so what's the buzzword now to when you're drowning in information? It's LLMs. And here's Estelle's genius. She fixed it.
I hope you guys can hear me well, but let me present to you the pipeline of how we did it. First, we feed the screenshots to a first layer of LLM, and then it outputs a description of what's going on inside the screenshots. Then we take that description and feed it into a second LLM layer that will pretty much extract the vector of infection as well as the theme. Then comes into play the IOC checking in order to get rid of any dead IOC, so we only keep the theme of infection as well as the live IOC. Now, if we look into the overview of the pipeline, you see we have 2 layers of LLM. And you might ask yourself, why 2? Honestly, that's a very good question, and I'll have to tell you a story to explain why we have 2. When I started the project, as any human not very familiar with LLM would do, I just translated my thoughts to the LLM as if it was a human. The project was pretty simple. It was a single task to identify the infection vector. So I initially launched the pipeline with a single layer of LLM. However, the LLM did not like it, and it failed. Why? Because LLMs and humans don't think nor act the same way. Let me exemplify. Here's the screenshot we already showed you. As humans, what happens? We see and we grasp what's going on. We see it's a YouTube video, it's about Fortnite, and you have a download involved. So what we did here was a very first task, and it was to visually assess the screenshots. Now that we had a grasp of what's going on, we'd start to look into the details. We can see there's a download link in the description box. And if we look on the bottom of the screenshot, we can see there's an archive being downloaded already. And as many of you may already know, when you read the title of the archives, you understand basically how the infection happened. Here we performed this second different task. We pointed out the infection vector based on field knowledge. And now we begin to understand why the single layer LLM pipeline did not work out. Because with a single LLM layer, the LLM had to perform 2 different tasks disguised as a single one in the human mind. And here's the first piece of key insight for you guys if you wanted to use an LLM. An LLM can't just figure it out. You have to translate your analyst intuition into precise instruction if you want the LLM to carry out the task properly. So I came back to the pipeline and I built it based on 2 layers. One, to visually assess like we just did as human, and the second one to point out the infection vector. Now I'll get into the prompt engineering because LLMs need precise instruction. Let's deep dive into the first one. When we looked into the screenshots we had, we as humans saw that every screenshot could be basically categorized into 3 classes. The first one is when the screenshot is web-based. You can only see a website. The second one was when the screenshot involves a file system or an installer. And the third one was a hybrid. You had basically both of the above. So we designed the prompt to pick up any relevant information for all 3 categories. The first one for web content, we wanted to get the basic description, also the links, and the browsing tabs to understand what was going on inside the screenshot. For file system, again, the description, we wanted to pick out any file explorer and the names of the files inside the explorer. And in case it was an installer, we wanted to pick out the software that was being installed. For the last one, we wanted to point out all of the above. So if there's a file explorer, an installer, links, anything. So we have 4 elements going into the prompts: the scene description, any files or installer, the links, and also the browser tab identification. If you remember the overview of the pipeline, we had a second LLM layer, and its job is to identify the infection vector. So we thought we might point out the suspicious things to help this second layer understand better what it could be looking at. So we added a 5th element, which was pointing out the suspicious elements on the infection screenshot. We described what could be a suspicious element, so the LLM wouldn't go crazy. And that's how the prompt was structured. First, you have the main content, which is the scene description. Then we have the file or any program that was being installed or seen on the screenshot. Under, we have any links. Then the browser tab analysis. And lastly, we had the suspicious elements. This way, if we feed these screenshots into the pipeline, you get this output. The main content identified the ESET security window as well as the YouTube video. In the file and program, you see the ESET. Then in the links, you have the YouTube link. We have the tabs. And in the suspicious element, we identified both the YouTube video and the key entry prompt from the false ESET window. That's how the first layer works. Gives us a formatted description, and then we input it into the second layer. If you're familiar with any LLMs or machine learning, you might know that any input you give to an algorithm should be perfect to a certain extent if you want to get good results at the end. And if you want to avoid this scenario, where the first layer output sabotages the second layer, then we had to assess what was going on and what was the output of that first layer. So we did exactly that, and we went to assess the first layer on 1,000 screenshots. The accuracy were really good. For the scene description, 96% of screenshots were accurately described. For the file explorer and the links, we had 100% accuracy. And for suspicious element identification, we had an 85% accuracy. However, for the browser tab identification, the LLM performed pretty much poorly. To go into details, 30% of the screenshots used for analysis were identified correctly. 32 of them were missing information, and 36 of them were just plainly wrong. And if we look at an example where the LLM failed at identifying the browsing tabs, you can see in the output we had 3 correctly identified browsing tabs, and then the LLM resorted into identifying the bookmarks. And it even failed in identifying the very last browsing tab. So we realized we had unusual and unwanted behavior into that section of the prompt. And that was a problem, because if the output is bad, then it's a bad input to the second layer. So we thought we have to correct it, but correcting things require efforts, and we were lazy. So we had this idea first to delete it and see what happens, because that would be basically saving the energy. So we did just that. We deleted it, run the assessment again, And surprise, surprise, the accuracy was the very same. So lazy as we are, we just deleted it basically, and we went with this section. So the first layer was assessed. The input is pretty good. So now we can jump into the second layer. The purpose of the second layer is to point out the infection vector as well as the theme inside the description. And then we ask to format it. So it looks like this with a screenshot. The vector, you have the link that leads to the software that was installed. And then as the theme, you have the name of the file that was basically being hosted on the link. So that's great. Performed really well on the first try. Hooray. We have the vector and the theme, and it's basically an IOC feed. Great success. So we run it, and we began to look into the IOCs, and when we clicked on them, many of them were just dead. And that's a problem, because an IOC feed is cool, but if everything is dead, it's not useful. So that got us triggered, because that's a lot of work to just end up with shitty results. So that was us, realizing the work we put in was just yet unuseful. And that's why we had the IOC check-in coming into play. With the IOC check-in, we could discriminate between live IOCs, those just outputting the theme, and those just outputting dead IOCs that we just didn't have any interest into.
And so this is where the discriminating IOCs started to happen. And we, Estelle, realized like there are three broad categories of IOCs in the form of URLs. One of them is file sharing platform. One of them is YouTube videos, and the rest, right? All of the others. And so we need to assess them a little bit differently. And as an engineer, this is really hard to accept, right? You want everything to be perfect, everything to work automatically. But it made much more sense for us to look at it that way. And so for the file sharing platform, they have helpful and meaningful error messages. They respect HTTP status codes. So we were able to quite easily label the dead links quickly. But then moving on to the good one, the good links, then there are hurdles, or there are hurdles, I meant to say. There are hurdles, we have trouble. There's always like password and all types of social engineering involved. And so we have to accept more than like when it's not working, it can be a valid IOC because the YouTube video will talk about a password or disabling AV and stuff like that. So we need to have a big drag net of accepting lots of those URLs. So these we consider valid, even if it's asking for a key or even if it's there's a hurdle. And then there's the rest of them. This is scruffier, less reliable. But if there's a download button, if there's like anything that talks about cracked software or leads you to a download, we consider them live IOCs. For YouTube videos, again, YouTube is doing, it's clear. So when the video is no longer available, we consider this a dead IOC. Pretty easy to test that. Then if it's a working one, then usually there's a download link, and we don't want the video, we want the download link. So we'll go straight after that. But these threat actors, they know they're being tracked. So sometimes they remove the link, or they add a password, or the archive is not the same one, and then eventually it becomes downloadable. So there is some kind of like heuristics to do. Say if there's no download link, then we'll consider this a theme. And themes are cool to track campaigns, and explaining to people campaigns leads to better online behavior. So I know it's not, as engineers, it's not cool to not have the download or the binary, but it's gonna save the world if we're changing people's behavior online, letting them know they must not download cracked software or anything, right? So it's kind of important, but I know we don't like stuff like that. So we're at the demo part of the thing, and this is where I'm a bit stressful, you know, demo god and everything. But okay, I need to find a mouse and then drag this over there. Full screen it. Okay, so the demo is a bit rigged, all right? I added a delay and I made it pop up the screenshots. But you know, normally it's boring Python, the code is running in the background. But so what happens is, so we're gonna see the screenshot. So a screenshot like this is investigated by our pipeline. So here you see the file system, office crack. The file is a gigabyte large. This is a AV, evasion technique, traditional one. And so then in the background, the LLM, it did its thing, right? As Estelle showed you the prompt, we have all of the different sections. The URL was found out. The theme is really clear here, right? And our second layer, so the first layer is what is in the middle of the screen. Second layer is at the bottom, and it's like the URL, this is a Microsoft Office crack. And so it's pretty much dead on what happened. Now, another victim, Photoshop, talks about Photoshop, and again, the LLM figured everything out. We have the URL, we have like all of the details of what is likely happened. And so imagine, like this is not rocket science, right? I know, but imagine we do this on the millions of them now. And so this is the output of the tool. So JSON and like everything is useful for a pipeline of IOC. But so the scale is what I think is important about what we're doing here. But now we need to wait, let the LLM do the work. Again, the demo was slowed down, but still, we're talking several seconds per screenshot. So when we're talking millions, we're talking million seconds. So it takes some time, but eventually we're tracking campaigns and bad guys.
So we fed about multiple thousand or hundreds of thousands of screenshots of the pipeline. And we began to see many campaigns, but most importantly, common themes like what software was being used to infect most people, what were they using to distribute the software. And so we began to sketch out an info stealer playbook for you guys so you could understand what they're using and thus recognize the danger when it's happening inside your screen. The first chapter of the book is lure theme. And what we've seen as most common is cracked software. And I'm sure many of you guys in the public have already downloaded some cracked software, so I'm sorry, you might be in a stealer log as of today. But legitimate software often have costly licenses. But the cracked version is often free. But there's a catch. So inside the user's mind, they just don't want to pay. And so they risk downloading a file which contains free and crack inside to just get a hope of having the software for free. And threat actors have understood that for a long time now because they prey on users' willingness to bypass those very legitimate licensing fees at the cost of their very own security. The software we've seen mostly used were creative ones or mainstream ones like Midjourney, Vegas Pro, and everything. And those softwares are mainstream ones. And it's a strategic choice because if everybody knows about it, then you have a bigger pool of victims to potentially infect. And so targeting mainstream products ensure a large pool of potential victims, and it is a strategic choice made by the threat actor. The second lure theme we had were gaming cheats and modes. The games were mostly Fortnite Valorant, we had Roblox, and Minecraft as well. And the same with the cracked software, those are mainstream games. And more importantly, they're gateways into gaming for people of all ages. They're relatively simple and accessible, and most importantly, their graphics are suited for younger audiences. And those games often introduce and frequently introduce skins, weapons, and modes to enhance gaming experience. However, they are paid for. And this younger audience doesn't have the mean nor the intent to pay for them, but they still want to get their hands on them. And this forms an ideal demographic for threat actors, because these people are willing to sacrifice basically their security to get their hands on those. And the lesson in gaming is, if it's free and shady, you're likely the victim, and dare I say, you're likely even more the product in this story. Beside lure themes, we had distribution strategies commonly used in many campaigns. The first one we saw was using YouTube to distribute the malware. In screenshots, we've seen titles of YouTube videos like this, where they emphasize that it's genuine, it's 100% free, and it's 100% safe. And if we look at the screenshot we've presented to you for quite a while now, they always include the download link, the archive password, and written instruction inside the description box. And those are three common denominators we've seen over and over again on those YouTube videos. They emphasize it's free, it still works even if it's free, and the catch, you need to disable the AV, but don't worry, it's definitely safe. And so YouTube's reach and tutorial-driven content make it the perfect launchpad for infostealer malware, because step-by-step guide becomes then step-by-step infection for many of the users. The second distribution strategy we found interesting was leveraging Google Ads. As many of you may know, Google Ads allow you to put your website at the top of results. So if a threat actor builds a malicious website and leverages Google Ads, it's being placed at the very top where the user is the most likely to click on the malicious website. And interestingly, Google Ads allows you to time the ad and place it depending on countries sometimes. So Google Ads give the threat actor a fast lane to users' trust because they place the malicious content at the very top where the user expects the most trust and safety. Now that we've walked through the InfoStealer playbook, we might show you guys how it works in real-life campaigns. How we identify the campaigns, very simple. In the IOC feed, we just saw the same IOC and the same theme all over again. And when we looked at the corresponding screenshots, we began to piece together how the infection played, because the screenshot was being taken at different stages of the infection. So we had two of them, the Midjourney and the Blitz Java. And we chose those two amongst the tens of the ones we had because they were omnipresent in the screenshot we analyzed. They represented more than 6% and 5% of the overall screenshot we analyzed. So let's start with the first one. I'm going to present to you a series of screenshots from real infected device. So all the screenshots you see are basically a victim each. The infection path starts with a user searching for Midjourney. It's trending. You want to generate an AI image. It's understandable. Then the user gets hit with a sponsored malicious website. And if you look closely on the bottom of it, you have the official and legitimate sites. But the user still trusts the top results, and it will click on it. So they're presented with a very well-done copy of the official Midjourney websites. But if you look closely, you have a little sentence that kind of itches you. It is possible that a computer security system may falsely trigger. Again, seems legit. Might be funny to us, but what the threat actor is doing now is conditioning the user to understand that you might need to disable the antivirus to get to the software to actually work. So they click, they get an executable, they click it again, and when it executes, it doesn't work. Suspicious. But when you read the window, you remember. The user was warned and conditioned. You will need to disable the AV. It is normal and needed. However, some of them don't know how to do it. So they search on the internet. And when they finally get how to do it, they do it. But it still doesn't work. And it won't work because you just allowed the malware to infect your computer because you disabled the defense the computer had. So you search because it still doesn't work. And yes, it was indeed a virus. The Midjourney campaign exemplifies how they use a mainstream or trending software, build a copy of it, build a copy of the official website, leverage Google Ads to place it at the top of the user's search, so they infected the most people they could. The second campaign is the Blitz Java one. When we looked at the screenshot, we saw many of them with a Java installer. Even more surprising, we saw some screenshots with the official Java websites. So at first we thought, was Java compromised? Because it would have been big news, the first time ever, right? No. It was the same old trick again, sponsored ad. And here you can see 2 different languages, but we've had infections all over the world. It's the same domain. And again, if you look under, there is the official and legitimate websites. Here is the first of the screenshot we saw. And here is the second one. And if I asked any of you guys to point me out which one was the legitimate and which one was the malicious one, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be able to, because me neither. But if you look closely and you can compare both websites, then you can see the differences. We're missing the developer's resource, some elements on the left, different spacing, the front end of the button is different. We're missing a hyperlink, and most importantly, the file size is different. But if you're a user and you click only on one of those links, you can't possibly know you're being played, because the copy is so well done. So the user clicks, they get the false page, they download, and they're hit with an archive, which in itself is quite suspicious, but you know what? There's the executable inside, so they click. The installer is launched, it looks legit, so they're happy. But if you look into the details, you can see the icon used for the executable is not the legit logo, it's a different one. But you know what? The installer is still here, maybe it's an error, so you run it and it doesn't work. So you search. I tried installing Java, but it doesn't work. And again, yes, it doesn't work because it was a false one. The reason we named the campaign Blitz Java is because all infections happened so fast. We had a few hundred of them all around the world, but they all happened in a time frame of 19 hours. And we looked at the date of those 19 hours, and it spanned between February 11th and the 12th. And if you look on the calendar, it spans on a weekend. And a weekend is a strategic choice, because weekend means off work, off school, meaning more leisure time to be on a computer, and more time for security teams to respond to any infection. So it was a really, really strategic choice. And that's how a successful campaign work. They use a mainstream software or a training one, as well as their website. They create a copy of both, leverage distribution strategies such as Google Ads, or proxy it through a YouTube video, and then they infect so many people because of those simple tricks. The key insight here is threat actors rely on simple psychological tactics simply because they still work so well. Why would you pain yourself with a technical exploit when people are also so easily manipulated? It's a low effort and a rational choice.
Yeah. True. No, so, okay. You guys are all thinking like, yeah, Olivier, that's cool, but there are problems with what you're talking about. So I'm gonna do the good side, but then there's gonna be the bad side. So the screenshots is the greatest strength, and us talking about it here will definitely impact the food chain, and things might be different. They might mess with us. So what's good about them is traditional malware analysis relies on code signatures, and with the packing, the packers, they're really good at like messing with our signatures, our detection. It's a constant struggle. It's an arms race, and they're smart. It's humans attacking humans, right? But so the screenshot is not as brittle, right? A code change doesn't matter. As long as we have the screenshot, we will be able to do the analysis. So for us, that's one of the strengths of the approach. So additionally, like no matter Luma C2, Redline, or the other ones, we will be able to track them as long as they have a screenshot and we infiltrated their Telegram forums, channels. So as long as there's a screenshot, we can do something about it. We can track them, we can generate the IOC about it. So that's another strength of our approach. However, the existence of the screenshot is important. If it's not there, we can't do anything, right? This whole approach falls down. But more so than just the existence, there's the quality. So many of the screenshots are just boring. But, I mean, this one's not boring, but it's boring from an IOC perspective, right? I don't know, the Pepe frog is kind of cool. But we can't extract anything about it. It's a desktop with icons. We don't know what happened. And the stealers, they're configured with delays in the screenshot taking aspect, right? This is where they're gonna mess with us. They're gonna put a big delay, 5-minute delay, and so we won't have necessarily the IOC. But there are other artifacts in the stealer that we can go after. This is another example of a boring desktop that we can't extract IOC from. So that's the limits. We are incumbent on quality. So it doesn't work if there's no screenshot. Now, you're thinking, but Olivier, this must be so expensive. So we're talking about 0.3 cents per stealer and 5 to 10 seconds processing from the OpenAI back and forth. We're telling you all this, so if you build your own pipeline, you know what to expect, right? So it's not too much. It's not too expensive. So what is the challenge? The challenge is there's 120 plus million information stealer logs out there. These are making huge victims. For me, as an old fart, this is the exploit kit problem from 10 years ago. This is this Destiny's problem. The stealer log ecosystem. It's infecting a lot of people, and it's really something we need to work on and tackle. But, however, the threat actor, they're giving us the screenshots for free, so we can leverage it, and we should look at it. And we built this thing, and we gave you the prompts. The slides are already on the DEFCON media server. The prompts are all there, so you can leverage that and look and use this to identify IOCs at scale, track campaign. But more so, what I think, so here, let me break this down. So this is a black hat, takeaway type stuff, but still this is important, right? biggest thing is if users know that this is a damaging pattern, a damaging behavior that they can have, they will change their behavior and they will not infect themselves. So I think we should be more careful about that. We should communicate that more. Wash your hands, never disable AV. Then there's this worked, right? LLMs are garbage and we all hate them, but like if you break down your analyst intuition into very simple and precise instruction, this is how they're the best. And this is like, this is gonna accelerate us. Don't feel threatened by it. Feel enhanced by it. And you are the smart person designing the prompt. It's not some company that should be doing it. It should be us designing the prompts and making our intuition into instructions and just getting faster at solving the problem. Now, we worked on screenshot. Today's talk was about screenshot. What's next is we want to look at the other artifacts, right? We ran out of time, you know, and life is hard. But so we figured, like, let's do an LLM. Oh, we figured. Estelle figured. We should do one LLM layer per each artifact, processes list, system information, history. The history is particularly interesting. And then we are going to have the second layer, analyze the output. And this is going to be the Stealer log incident response magician, right? It's going to tell us what happened exactly and be more reliable. So our code name for this is Sherlock, but there's another Sherlock in cyber, so it might change. So another big takeaway, or one more thing, is Estelle wrote a paper, and it's already available online on archive, and all of the details of the reliability of the system that she spoke about is all in the paper. So we're being very transparent here because we want to share this with the community, and we think it might change the world, you know, in a little way. But so, this was our presentation. If we have questions, I have gifts for people with questions. So, and thank you so much for being here. Love you guys. Do we have questions?
Okay. So I had a question as I was looking through this. This seems like something that would be fairly rudimentary for a browser to actually implement, so that you could actually identify a page as you're viewing the page. Is that something you could think would be in the future? Is something like essentially a browser extension that says, yeah, this looks suspicious. Why are you, and then just shut off the ability to click on things?
I think it could work. I'm not really specialized in browser extension, but that's definitely a good avenue of research and implementation of the project, yeah.
Yeah, would be, yeah. Thank you.
I think the cost is the problem. When do you do the analysis? Because people browse all the time, and it could be very difficult and time consuming. Come here. I'll have a gift for you. It's a good question. But I think it's cost prohibitive right now, but it could happen.
Hi, so I have a question, because it seems like you mentioned that most of these, the way that it worked was that it failed to work, they disabled the AV, and then by the time they realized what happened, they already stole their info. Did you notice any examples where they packaged legit functionality with if you downloaded the fake Java, it actually included real Java, so it would take them longer to realize?
A few screenshots, yeah, but they didn't use any mainstream things. So we've seen on video editing softwares and music editing as well, like music producing things. But we can't be sure it's the exact software that was being used to infect. It's just an assumption from us, basically.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I have something that's not really a question, but just maybe a suggestion. I think that you could probably use like batch processing to do most of the LLM inferencing. I think you can do like 50,000 at a time and then 20 submissions all at once, and I think that might speed things up.
Sure, sure. Like OpenAI API limits are our only limit. And yeah, we can parallelize the whole thing for sure, for sure.
Yeah, like using Bedrock, I think. So I don't know if that's something that's interesting. I could talk to you later.
Cool, yeah, sure.
Hey, as far as the multi-prompting went, have you explored using LLMs to kind of create those prompts for you, like chain of thought with reinforcement fine-tuning?
Meta LLMing. She's the queen.
I've tried, but it wasn't really efficient at first. I think it's really good to give you like a base to work with if you're not really inspired to do so. But then you have to put your hands through it and test it to see what works. So far, the LLM was not able to give me a very efficient one.
Gotcha. So it made more sense to have a professional analyst than kind of
Yes,
meta-analysis.
especially to give the context to what is suspicious, what you should be looking for. Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, thanks for the talk. I'm curious, I know y'all use the screenshots for a lot of the starting point of this. Have y'all ever considered creating a scraper to grab these links from YouTube, Instagram comments, stuff like that, to add them to y'all's IOC list?
That's basically what the IOC checking does. So if we have a YouTube, then the algorithm goes into the description, picks up the link, then goes through the link to see what's going on. And if it's like has a download button, then we see what's going through the download button. So the 3 different steps of the IOC checking goes into one if it follows, basically. And then we add them to the last in the JSON. We have the path to the infection, basically.
Got it. Cool. Thanks.
Were there like any other potential like pieces of information, like maybe file tree listings or something like that in the InfoStealer logs that could maybe point to what the victim was doing before they had the infection occur?
That's basically what ShareLog does. So the screenshot is pretty limited because if the screenshot's quality is shit, then the output is shit, obviously. And we thought we have to make the project survive in case the screenshot does just disappear. And if you use all files from the log, you can cross-reference information. And you can see, for example, in the processes, in software, weirdly named processes, and then you can study malware behavior, where it was hosted, and everything. So it's a really powerful, I think, tool to come with.
And what's tough about like looking at the process list, you have like 32 SVC hosts, and so Estelle's instinct was, this is not gonna work, Olivier, this is crap. And I was like, no. There's so many people who uploaded their list of process and said, is that suspicious or not? The LLM, it learned it. Like this was a key realization. And then this is one cool thing, the process list and system information. But then you can also pivot on the history. They steal the whole browser history. And so what we're doing is we're sorting them, minimizing them so that it fits the token window of the AI, and then sending that based on like when it's sorted, and telling it the AI then like, okay, what links happened? And when I was doing this manually before, but the last link is not the good one. It's always like in the 10 last. It's not the last. So the LLM can filter through that stuff for you, which is where it's good. And so if you combine all of this together, then it becomes really powerful.
I have to jump in. The LLM doesn't learn. You have to explain it.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, but okay, it analyzes it.
Yeah.
Is what I meant. Sorry. I don't want to be rude to the LLM in case it's listening.
So I've got one, possibly 2 questions. Once you've identified live IOCs or even dead IOCs, have you considered feeding that into like a tool like AMAS so that you can pull out subdomains or other related infrastructure of the attackers so that you could then feed that back into a search, which kind of goes into the second one where you could use the themes that come out of your tool
feed that into an LLM to start searching and scraping for similar things on other YouTube pages or things like that.
So how do you write AMAS?
AMASS. It's OWASP puts it out. It's free and
cool.
it's really good.
So no, but I mean, this is why we're here, right? Sharing and learning from people that are contributing. But so yeah, let's look into it, definitely.
Thanks, great talk.
Thank you. Oh, attack surface. That's awesome. All right, so I think we're good with questions. Thanks everyone for being here. Love you all. Cheers.
Oh, we need more than that. You're going to fall asleep. Not cool. Not cool. So this is Valero Alessandroni, and it is his first time here. And as you know, we have a special tradition for our first timers to help loosen the mood, maybe wake them up. Next time we'll do coffee, but at the moment we are not. So please give a warm welcome as he gives his first presentation at DEFCON. We're gonna cheers.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll be right over there.
Yeah, see you later. Hello, everybody. Thanks to be here. Thanks, DEFCON. So today we are going to talk about some way to abuse Google Cloud Services in order to perform some action in a context of red teaming operations. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Valerio Alessandroni. Currently, I am an offensive security lead at UI Italy. My background is based on pen testing and red teaming. So the first topic is research I performed in 2023, which is called the Google Calendar Rat. That is a tool, a post-exploitation tool that abuses of Google Calendar in order to use it as a command and control infrastructure. Why I developed this tool? First of all, because I wanted to reduce the time to set up command and control infrastructure, and in order to save money, I wanted to perform some creative way to bypass defenses mechanism, and last but not least, I wanted to have fun during the development. How it works? Pretty simple. Google Calendar is the middleman inside the schema. You have an agent that you deploy on your target machine. The original POC has been developed in Python. With a polling mechanism, the agent and the attacker can communicate with the Google Calendar in the middle. And then you can establish connections, send commands, and receive the output of those commands. I think it's stuck. Okay. So I released the tool in 2023. A few months later, the Google Cybersecurity Action Team mentioned the tool within the Threat Horizon report. But the most important event that happened was about a few months ago, maybe on April of this year, while APT41 used a similar technique based on Google Calendar, but we will talk about it later. So, how it works? Pretty easy. When you create an event on Google Calendar, you have two fields that you can put your data on, the title field and the description field. The title accepts up to 1,024 characters, and the description more than 8,000 characters. So I ask myself, why can't I use that in order to put data and create a communication channel exploiting Google Calendar? So I developed the tool, and the requirements to use it are the creation of a service account, which is basically a an account that can take the control of your Gmail account. So you can use it inside a software for automation. And you have to enable the API, in this case, the Google Calendar API. Once you create a Google Calendar and you share with your accounts, you are ready for establish the communication. So this is the POC of the tool. On the left side, there is the target machine. On the right side, the attacker machine. So we are running the tool, and it communicates directly with Google Calendar. For this example, we will use the Google Calendar web application interface in order to send and receive the commands. We can see in the description field of the event on the left side the input command, and right after, with a pipe as a separator, the output that is base64 encoded. So you can see that it's pretty easy to use it, and no direct connection between the attacker and the target is established. Some security consideration. You don't need an infrastructure, so you can set up your environment in few minutes. You don't need to buy domain name, you don't need to buy VPS, and that's because you exploit the Google Trust. As a cons, Google is a single point of failure, because if an organization doesn't allow the traffic to Google, it won't work. Few months ago, Google analyzed some APT41 actions, and they discovered that they were spreading a malware called Tough Progress. I thank their effort for this research, but I think they missed a point. When I released the GCR, the Google Calendar Rat, I put an IOC inside the code, which was hard-coded data for the event creation, which was set up on May 30, 2023. And on the left image, you can see the GCR event with that date, and on the right image, the Google report. So APT used the same data. That's an indicator that Tough Progress is based on Google Calendar Rat. Of course, that is not the only tool that abuses Google Cloud. There are multiple tools. One of them is called GSR. Is a tool I developed some few months later. Later I released the Google Calendar Rat. But all those tools have something in common. They are limited to asynchronous request-response communication model, and you are not able to vehiculate, to tunnel your own protocol. That's why today I'm going to release a new tool which allow you to tunnel your favorite protocol within a SOCKS 5 proxy server by using Google Cloud. So the tool is called the GSSOCKS. It's a post-exploitation tool. This time I decided to use Go as a language, and set up a SOCKS 5 proxy in order to vehiculate, to tunnel every protocol by using proxy chains, for example. The mechanism is similar to Google Calendar Rat. We have two parts, two entities, the GSSOX client and the server. The client stays on the attacker machine, and the server is the agent that must be deployed on the target machines. This time I decided to use Google Sheets because it's the most similar service that functions as a database. The client open a listener on port, on a local port, this case 9191. You can set up proxy chains in order to send all the traffic through this port. Traffic go over Google Sheets. On the other side, the server, the agent, read those information and send them to a proxy server. And then you are able to reach every service that is reachable from the target machine. So this is the Sheets model. We have some columns, the socket ID, a label to identify the client or the server, a timestamp, and the payload. So there are some limitations. For the payload encoding, I had to use base64, which increased the overhead about of 33%. And Google Sheets has a limit for a single cell of 5,000 characters. So the first test was using some common tools, PSExec and secret dumps, so common pen testing tools for Windows exploitation. And before the optimization, PSExec required about 20 minutes to execute a command, while secret dump required 15 minutes to execute, to extract the information. So I optimize the software, splitting the payload, the byte stream, considering the limitation of 5,000 characters. But the main improvement is the implementation of a rotational account system. So after those corrections, PSExec required 2 minutes, and secret dump just 1 minute. So it's pretty usable. This is a demo of the execution of secret dump. So the agent is already deployed on a target machine. We won't see that here. We set up on the right side, top right, our client, and we use the other virtual machine on the left, running proxy chains and secret dump over proxy chains. And on the bottom right, we can see the information transmitted through Google Sheets. So in a few seconds, it will be completely executed and we'll read all the secrets. For this example, I used about 3 accounts on the client and 4 accounts on the server, due to the API quota limits. So it works, everything has been executed, and no direct connection has been performed for this exploitation. If you try to analyze traffic of the agent of the server, you'll see that only connection to Google infrastructure is established. So it means that even traffic inspection won't work against that. For the future, I'm gonna analyze further what can be done in terms of analysis, but I will release on the repository page, repository GitHub soon. Google mitigation. During testing, I encountered this message. So I was testing, and some of my account has been disabled. So I say, oh yeah, Google catched me. But there is a button right there, start appeal. And I started an appeal, and I was surprised that in less than 1 hour, my account were fully restored. So I continued my test, and they have not been blocked again. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'll be right there. And for my friends, Italian friends, Forza Napoli. Thank you so much.
that I was supposed to be there's going to be a talk that was going to be fun. Y'all are just sitting around quiet. What's up with that? Is anybody here from DEFCON parties? God, you guys really have fallen off. Woo, God. Bill should have come. All right. Welcome to an amazing 20-minute talk. This is a Kansas City production. Thank you all for coming. This is going to be fast. You're going to get some shit at the end. Probably shouldn't have said that online, but we don't care. Brian is an old friend of mine. How many people like music? Yeah. Loud music? How many people have heard the DCP mix? Yeah. Ever? Any of them? He's the one that made them. All of them. He does other things. He does this with cars. He's done jobs with that do very technical things. He could be giving really technical DEF CON talks, but he's not, because he's going to talk about cars. And what's fucking awesome about him is he plays music. So instead of having him get up and do a talk about something that he'd get paid for, this guy worked his butt off so he could give a talk about something that's fun, that's equally as technically amazing. So this guy's a bit of a rock star on his own. Give Brian a rock star fucking welcome right now.
We're going to wait. Can you hear me all right? Yeah? Thank you all for coming. Thanks, DEF CON, for having me up here. As Juris mentioned, I've been involved here in a lot of different ways, but this is the first time I've actually been up on the stage, so it means a lot. Do we have any car enthusiasts in the audience? Yeah, okay. Any of you ever had problems with your emissions testing? Yeah, we're going to have some fun. Okay. So I assume y'all can see something. I can't see shit. But we're going to talk about the ODB2 systems in cars and what we can have fun with. So this is a car I bought about 10 years ago. It's a fun, go-kart of a car. It has a little quirk about it. Anybody know what this car is? Anybody? Yeah, so we got the Wankel rotary motor in it. And specifically, these things love to kill catalytic converters. But at the time, I was living in Kansas City, and they don't do emissions testing. Oh, by the way, did he mention SetKC? Yeah, so we'll wrap around to that. But so, it's not there. We don't have to worry about it. So I enlisted my little helper, and we were like, fuck that, get it out of here. So life was good for about 8 years. Then I decided, well, let's move to the West Coast. Turns out they don't like that so much around here. However, as I was digging into the laws, they had this statute that it got me kind of excited. It said for collectible vehicles, we don't do emissions testing. I'm thinking, well, this car is kind of unique. It's old. They don't make it anymore. It's the last time they made this type of motor. So I'm like, yeah, let's start digging into this. And then, used infrequently, sign me up, right? This is how I'm gonna get in. But then they had this last little thing at the end. It's like every person who's of a driving age in your house must also have another car. I've been working from home for like ever, and I drive this car less than 5,000 miles a year, maybe once a week, right? So not only do I have to have this car that I never drive, but I have to have another car registered to me that I never drive, right? And motorcycles don't count. Lots of other like fun little things don't count. You have to have a car that you can drive every single day, regardless of the fact that my wife works from home, I work from home, we take the kids to school. That's it, right? So we're like, well, glad. I'm a kind of a hoarder, so I still have the catalytic converter and all that kind of crap. You put it back in. A thing about that, if you don't ever have to do emissions testing, and it's never a concern of yours, if you just put the stuff back in there and you go and try and get it tested, there's this thing that happens in the computer that they don't really ever tell you about unless you have to deal with it. I was like, what the fuck does it mean to not be ready? And you dig into it, and I pull up the service manual, and sure enough, after you reinstall these parts, and it turns out anytime you reset the battery, you're going to have to go through the cycle. drive the car up to a certain speed, let it idle for so long, and go into. And then meanwhile, you have to have the air conditioner off and all that stuff. Did I mention I live in the desert? Driving a car around for 40 minutes to do this with the air conditioner off is not fun. So, but you know, I try it for months, like doing this thing while in the time that I don't actually drive this car. And I just can't get rid of these goddamn readiness monitors. And so I'm like, what the hell? So let's throw back to DEFCON 26. Mentioned I was SecKC. Anybody heard of the badge pirates here? So this was their first badge they made as part of a SecKC kind of let's have fun. We're going to be part of badge life, blah, blah, blah. And as part of it, I made this little add-on to my badge and, you know, hooked it into the ECU, and it could read the oil temperature and water temperature and stuff. So I was like, yeah, I've done this before. You know, at the time as a UART adapter, no problem. It's a little higher level, but really, like, how hard can it be, right? So I start digging into the protocol. There's an authentication mechanism in the front. We're like, okay, I've got to bypass that at some point, right? There's something that's going to happen. Anybody who's familiar with CAN bus right now is going, oh, yeah, okay, I know where this is going. A basic data frame. As I dug in to the next part, by the way, the references for all these are on. I'm not going to go there. We only got 20 minutes. We're going to keep this moving. 0 to 8 are the possible authentication IDs, okay? So when I saw that is the moment when I went, you know what, maybe I don't have to do this the right way. I can just, you know, kind of tell the computer to do what I want it to do. So I did what any sane person would do and put together a breadboard that let me hook up a logic analyzer. And that's kind of what it looks like from, you know, just you can buy these things off of Amazon for a couple of bucks and you hook them up. But then you plug in a logic analyzer, and anybody who is familiar with CAN bus knows this part, but anybody who's just kind of getting into analyzing hardware signals, you'll notice that the signal never goes near 0. So you have, it's plus 2.5 up or down over 1.7 volts, I believe. And it's inverted together to cancel noise and all that stuff. So if you want to be able to use like a Salia logic analyzer or any of the cheaper stuff, you need to do a little bit of messing around. So this is what we call a DC filter or an AC coupling. And you're essentially just removing that low-level DC voltage from the signal so that you can get something like this. And also I added a cap in there that rounds off the top so you get a nice square wave, but square being relative. So now we see data, right? At the top of the screen, we can see it's actually starting to parse data. We're not going to dig into it too much, but that's at least we can confirm what we read in the document is what we're seeing, right? It's good. But what I really wanted to do was, hey, how can I respond to this thing in a programmatic way? So, you know, these things now, they don't even bother to separate them. I can't fucking see the screen. Sorry. You pay $6 for 6 of these. They don't split them up. You just pop them off or whatever. But these are your transceivers. I have ESP32s laying around the house. Anybody who plays with these kind of things have them, right? It has a built-in CAN bus controller, but it doesn't have a transceiver. So you need one of these. They're a couple of bucks. You can get them off of Amazon, plug it in, and then you can start seeing this kind of stuff. It's actually acknowledging packets and instead of just being able to listen to it. So as we dig in a little bit deeper, we see there's the identifier field, which is fixed, by the way. The 0 is the ECU, so you just tell it you're the ECU. You tell it this is the received packet from the scanner. It's saying, well, there's a link, there's a service, there's a PID. Turns out there's this handy little thing called Wikipedia. You go in and you look it up, and it tells you exactly what it's looking for. And then you go back to the other page where they have this little decoder tool that says, oh, I can, you know, if you receive this message, this is how you would want to respond and construct the frame. So we have a response, right? So now you can see it's being sent on both. It's it responds on both sides when you send a message. So echo, I believe, what we call it. But then we have this error that happens right after we respond to the goddamn thing. And this is what happens. So this is the little cheap scanner you can buy anywhere. That I just use for clearing messages and stuff. But the goal at first was like, can I even fool this thing? That screen I looked at for probably 2 months. Turns out these kinds of things are pretty complicated. It's just so many different layers that you're worried about. Yeah, you just got to make sure you're keeping track of every little piece. And it didn't help that at this time, I had lots of friends on Twitter going, AI coding agents are awesome, you should really look into these, blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking, great, I'm in this really, really complicated project. Now's a great time for me to start exploring AI coding tools. Malicious ignorance is about the best word or phrase I can come up with to describe that experience. Something that's really, really good at. Writing registers, reading back registers, debugging information, all that kind of crap it was really, really great at. It thinks about hardware like a high school level kid who just read a book on hardware thinks, right? It had convinced me that I knew nothing about hardware at all. And the protocols were just garbage, and everything that I thought I knew was just terrible. Don't listen to it, right? Half of what we're going to do with these things is figure out how to teach them. But in the process, I ended up actually abandoning the entire design of the original one, digging in a little bit deeper. I learned the CAN bus controller on this thing is actually kind of a pseudo copy of whatever the SJA 1000 proper one was, and there are some details that they don't expose that you really need to know when you're figuring out all the timing and all that kind of crap. So I went with an external SPI-controlled one, which has the secondary benefit of later on I actually wanted to proxy on the same board without having to like chain two ESPs together. So I'm like, I know I can run multiple SPI buses. I'm sorry if I'm high-leveling some of this stuff. You're just going to have to look it up later. We only have 20 minutes. Yeah, faster, faster, faster. So we've gone through, we have it working, and sure enough, we have a working response to the scanner. This is very, very phase one, gone through all this, but within the end of the day, we have this thing reading out exactly what we want. So these are the same screens that we saw earlier where I was like, God damn, I just can't get it to do what I want. Now I've proven this concept of like, okay, we can actually show that we can convince this little crappy scanner to do what we want. So, I have an emulator working, and I had some working knowledge of the AI thing. I forked it off and said, hey, turn it into a proxy for me. Let's see what happens. It can't hurt, right? So, turns out, it actually didn't do a real bad job. But the ultimate incarnation of this thing is you've got the two breakout boards. One goes to your scanner side. One goes to your ECU side. And installed, it looks like this. I mean, it looks. If you've ever crawled under the dashboard and looked at your ODB2 plug, you've got a legit-looking thing, and that's part of the thing. And I should mention too, in the state where I live, which I haven't said what it is, but the rule is it doesn't matter as long as there's no check engine light and they can plug the thing in and it reads what it wants to read and it gets an okay, then it says yeah, it's going to work. So we have a video. So it starts off just, you got to start the motor when you get up there. It gets it running, make sure come on, move it a little faster. So we can see the dash is running, we have RPMs, it's all working the way you would expect it to. Then we get our ODB2 tester out. All right, that one, we plug it in. This is your factory configuration. I know it feels like an eternity when I've been talking this fast, but really it just, so you can see it run the scan. You can't really see it with the lights, huh? But it's showing like there are 2 incomplete, or actually more than that in this case because I had reset the motor. Running through them, doesn't work. So I reach under there and just kind of move pull that cable out, plug in the adapter, and then tuck it back under the dashboard. And I'll just skip forward in the video a second. Here we are. It took about 2 minutes total to do this, if you can see the timestamp, but I'm impatient, so come on. Okay, there we are. We have it plugged in with the photo that you saw before, and we can see we have 0 codes, monitors, they're 0 incomplete, and 11 ready. So we have it working. I chose specifically not to include any kind of active testing in this presentation. You can extrapolate from that what you want. But you can go to this website as of right after this talk and download the code for this and all the instructions on how to build it. So have fun.
Good afternoon, DEFCON. How's everybody doing? So our next speaker is a first-time speaker. So does anybody? Shots. So before welcoming on, let's get that shot out of the way. So cheers, everyone.
Okay, so hello and welcome to my talk. My topic is about browser extension click checking, and one click and your credit card is stolen. This is me. I have about 7 years experience in cybersecurity. During a day, I do penetration tester, but in my free time, I do security research. This is a reason why I am here as independent security researcher. And I am from Czech Republic, and my focus in web application security. As you probably know, that click-jacking vulnerability is out of scope on many bug bounty programs. And if it's accepted, then it doesn't mean if it has some severity or give you some rewards. And the reason is that the click-jacking vulnerability is in these days is very, very protected and can be and user it cannot be exploitable when someone or the developer set headers like X-frame options, content security policy, and could be used, for example, some site cookies like likes and strict. In my research, and I just want to say that click-jacking is not dead, because in my research, when I reported click-jacking vulnerability, it has still security impact on users, and I received some bounties, and I received, let's say, nice bounty. I will start with very, very basic introduction to the topic. The first will be about intrusive web elements. The intrusive web elements, that is the annoying element what everyone we see on internet, and it could be, for example, cookies banner, and you need to click for accepting or declining cookies, or there could be some newsletter pop-ups or login dialogues and another clicks from the user. For example, this is website, or this is the Instagram with DEFCON, and you can see if you are logged out, then you will see that you need to accept the cookies or decline cookies. After that, it's showing you another window for closing or login. And then you will see the content, and if you want to see the comments, you need to click again. So the users usually clicking and needs to for closing some dialogues, and it could be another like web push notifications, and other clicks could be, or Cloudflare challenge page, the CAPTCHA page, what everyone's hated, but there is another click that you need to click on the checkbox to verify that you are human. And so basically 1 to 3 clicks are from the user commonly required before accessing the content. And the reason why I am telling you that I will use this web element for forcing user to click somewhere. Another is about the click-jacking web applications. and that's vulnerability where the malicious page loads target site in transparent iframe and use opacity 0, and the result is that users unknowingly clicks on invisible target site in iframe. And it could be used with basic iframe elements where is the source, there is the target site, and there is used opacity 0 in style. But how I mentioned in the beginning, the web click jacking vulnerability is mostly without impact because the user is not logged in cross-site iframe. Another, what you should know, that just very basic, that browser extension has some parts like background scripts, which is scripts that are running in the background, and if you just switch or change domain and switch the tab, you will be still logged to the extension. There is the content scripts which modifying and reading web content of the page. There is the configuration file, manifest.json, and there developer defines permissions, background scripts, content scripts could be loaded from the browser if you know extension ID, or it could be accessible from the local device in your profile. The manifest could looks like this. This is, for example, from Bitwarden, manifest.json, and you can see that there is like background scripts loading, there is some content scripts, permissions, and, for example, web accessible resources, that is files that could be loaded across domain. For browser extension, it's important that authentication persists across browser session. And developer has more responsibility for security than web application developer, because in web applications, some security can provide browser. He can check same origin policy, course request, cookies, but in extension needs to developer set the rules. And the last one for introduction is password managers. And for my research, I select references from the PC Mag, where is article about the best password managers for 2025. It was updated in April, and there was these password managers, and I tested these password managers on my new click jacking technique. So, for example, NordPass, ProtonPass, Bitwarden, 1Password. And not only this, I selected another one, and that is iCloud passwords. And the reason is a lot of users use this browser's extension. And I just want to mention that I just test browser's extension, not the system application, what is in Mac and what is integrated in Safari. So the browser's extension, what can be used in Google Chrome, Microsoft Edge, and Firefox, and others. Password managers have autofill feature and could be two types. Automatic autofill, where the credentials are automatically filled in. That means that it's zero click. And another type is manual autofill, where the user interaction is required to fill in credentials. That means that he selecting the username from the drop-down menu. And because my talk is about click jacking, I will focus on the second type, the manual autofill. So browser extension click checking this can be separated to two types. The first type is iframe based. And before starting, I have some demo, or let's say video, and you can just guess what's happened there. We'll see if can I, yeah. So now from the beginning, you can see that the user just clicking to the verifying that he is human, refreshing the CAPTCHA, solve the puzzle, and then just click on to verify, and he is verified. So you can just guess what happened there. And I will continue, and after a few minutes, I will tell you what's happened. So iframe-based is publicly known click-checking technique and is used misconfiguration in manifest.json. And that was what I showed you a few minutes ago, and this part sets files that could be loaded across domain. There is the difference between manifest, v2 and v3. In the oldest, there was missing the matches, and in the new one, in the matches, you can set for which domain can be accessible the resources what developer defines. The vulnerability in this iframe based is used very similar to web application click checking. It's again used iframe. There is a source with the extension ID and file, which is in web accessible resources. And after that, user just set opacity 0 if he wants to make transparent the file. In December 2023, I found that NordPass has, in web accessible resources, has app HTML. And this app HTML was, or it is still, it's an interface of the NordPass. So I was able to load interface in different domain. And you can see that there is manifest version 2. That means that here missing matches, so I was able to load in different domain. And this is that proof that I was really able to load interface on my domain. And I have second demo, and now with the results. So now you will see what will be. So clicking verifying was selecting all items. After that, refreshing was share button. The puzzle contains attacker's email address, and if you drop there will be for sharing, and verify is share. And you can see that attacker received notification that account's victim shared items with him. And you can see that it was account victim, and he can just accept. He has access to the plain text passwords with full rights to his NordPass manager account. So with 4 clicks, the user, all NordPass items could be shared with attacker, and could be shared credit cards, personal data, logins, passkeys, but very important that victim didn't receive notification. And for this vulnerability, I received $10,000. mitigation for iframe-based is that developer needs to set only necessary files in web-accessible resources. He needs to whitelist domain in the matches, and after that set X-frame options or content security policy for HTML files. And that was iframe-based, and it wasn't my primary scope in research. My scope was on DOM-based. And DOM-based extension click-checking is vulnerability where malicious script manipulates UI elements that browser extensions injected into DOM. And you can see in the bottom that there is elements which, for example, password managers injected into DOM and can be somehow manipulated. In this category, iframe is not used, and it will be used that browser extension adds elements to the DOM, and the user changes the element's visibility using JavaScript. You can see in the bottom again that, for example, this screen with Proton pass, that first screen is opacity 1, then opacity 0.5, and opacity 0. So user cannot see what is there. The opacity or the using this type of vulnerability can be used with setting, changing opacity, or overlaying UI. I used manual autofill feature for increasing impact in password managers. And now this is just basic case how it could be used for password managers, how it should be the steps in exploit script. So the first one is that it's create the intrusive element like cookie consent, the Cloudflare CAPTCHA, and others. After that is create, it needs to be create form like login form, personal data form. Then is set transparency for the form with changing opacity. Then is used focus for the form input. That means that autofill drop-down menu will appear. The user, the script, then make UI invisible with DOM-based extension click checking, so the user will not see the autofill menu. And when user just accept or reject cookies, that means that he clicks on invisible UI, and data will be filled into the created form, and attacker just gets data from the form values. The DOM-based extension click-checking can be separated to some categories, to some types. The first type is extension element and root element. In this type is a goal to just change opacity for the root element. You can see there is the Proton pass root. So in this category, it's needed to change opacity for them. So I used just very basic selector for the root element and set opacity for them. And in this moment, I was successful, and the user could set opacity for them. And if I set 0, then it will be invisible for the user. Another subcategory is child element. It's very similar to the first one. And we can see that, again, Proton pass with different version. And I wasn't able to set opacity for the root element, and they changing suffix for the root element. So I needed to find it for first, and after I was able to set opacity for the child. So I firstly find the root element and set opacity for the child. And this mostly the case where developer used shadow root open. And you can see after that is set opacity 0 and user cannot see nothing. And yeah. Another type is parent element. And first subcategory is body. So now I cannot change opacity for the root element, for the extension element. So I need to move up, and there is body, because the element is in body. So for my case, for the clickjacking, I will change opacity for the body. And if I set, for example, 2.2 or 0.2, then it will be a little bit transparent. And if I set 0, it will be completely transparent for the user. And now what? I have transparent body, but there is element which can be used, and it's HTML. HTML is not used for front-end developing, but in my case, it could help. Because for the HTML, I will set background image with the same picture what is website looks like. And after that, you will not see body, but you will still see the website, but it's only the image. And you can see that if I increase opacity, then if you just click on the allow cookies or decline cookies, you will selecting or you will click on the autofill menu. And I have demo 3. Okay, yeah, just from the beginning. Right now, you can see that I set opacity 0.5 with background image, and you can see that I can click on the autofill menu. And I just prepared terminal with attacker, and when I changed where is the opacity is 0, you can see that will see that it, and when he clicks, attacker received card number, expiry date, and security code. Another subcategory is HTML. It's, again, very similar, but it's very complicated to exploit it because everything is transparent. It's it's less practical because user just will see blank page. So for exploitation, that should be used some clicking game for like a reaction game that user needs to click on the whiteboard or something like that, and after that, the web page tells the user the reaction game on the white color. Yeah. Another is overlay, and the first type is partial overlay. The extensions elements mostly has the Z index. Z index is with highest level, highest value, so you cannot easily overlay with that. You will have highest Z index value. So you need to put your element behind the extension, and because it's not full type of overlay, it's just partial overlay, then I will just put elements around the UI. So I will create div 1, div 2, div 3, div 4, and in the middle will be still autofill menu and still will be clickable and can be used for the attack. And for the divs, I can set again some background image or code, and then it should look like this. So the user, when he clicks on the for closing, he clicks on the autofill menu, and I am able to steal his data. The last type is full overlay. And I put element behind extensions elements, and right now I have elements which I cannot click on extension, autofill extension, because there is overlaying, and for this case, it could be used pointer events none. That makes the element is clickable through, and if user just click on the div 1, he is not clicking on div 1, but is clicking through. This means he clicks on extensions element. This is first one that it should be behind, but another type could be that will be created element that used popover API. And popover API makes my element as the top layer, and I again can set pointer events none, so my elements will be every time on top, and everything's under could be clickable. So I create element to this part, and you can see that the top layer is used my new elements, and is used pointer events none. And the extension UI is under, and if I just change the opacity, that we can see that it's still there. Oh, sorry. it's under and can be again clickable. And I have another demo with the proof that again it works. So this is with using opacity 0.5, and you can see that the user still can see that it's something there. And I use the top layer on the top, and you can see that if I move the mouse, I can click on the autofill menu. And when I change the site for opacity 0, then user will see that. And just clicking, and I receive the data. So this is complete all categories of the DOM-based extension click checking. This is how looks like the exploit code what I used in the last video for full overlay. You can see that in the beginning is cookie banner what I used, and I set popover API for them, and it used pointer events none, and after 1 second after showing the cookies banner, is creating personal data form with use the focused function on the name, and the personal form has on change event get data, and get data just I'm receiving data from the form values, and when password managers filling the data, then starting from the beginning, so I just only check the last one, and if I receive the last one, after that I just send it to my server. When I receive it, I just make hidden the personal form and the cookies banner. The position could be two types. The first one is fixed click position. That means that you can put the autofill menu under, like, for clicking, like, accept decline cookies, for the checkbox for verifying you are human, or for closing dialog. Another type is under mouse cursor. That means that it will follow your cursor and could be set for extension element that you can override the position and it will be follows your mouse, or for the form will be used position of the mouse, and every 100 milliseconds will be used focused on the input. That means that UI will follow the form. And for imaging, I have another demo for them for that. Yeah, and you can see it's every time under my mouse, and when I click, I every time click on the autofill menu. So basically, just one click anywhere on the website, it could lead to data leak. And now it's time of the truth. This is just a table with how many or who was vulnerable on this type of attack. And the results are that all of them. And if I have the specific type, that you can see the only the basic extension element was protected only for few, but the others categories were vulnerable. The impact could be that could be used on the attacker's website, and the attacker can receive information like credit card. That means that credit card number, expiration date, and security code, and personal data like name, email, phone, and address. And the reason is that these data are not domain specific and can be auto-filled anywhere. And what about the results? And 6 out of 9 that support this function or this manual autofill for credit cards, so 6 out of 9 were vulnerable. And you can see, for example, Proton Pass is not supported because right now doesn't have the manual autofill feature. You can just copy paste from the password manager, but they doesn't have the autofill feature. For personal data, that was like that. So only, if I count, 1 is not supported, so I have 10, and 2 was, let's say, protected. So 8 of the 10 were vulnerable on this type of attack. And I have another demo. And I have demo when you just visited attacker's website, and you will see if it works or not. So this is, I used the RoboForm for this attack, and you can see user just clicked verifying, then it's showing cookies banner, another click, another data. And I have that proof that it was really from the RoboForm password manager. So that was about credit card and personal data on attacker's website. Another type could be website with vulnerability like cross-site scripting, subdomain takeover, web cache poisoning, and others and others. And for this could be leaked login credentials like username, password, and second factor code like TOTP, because the two-factor code could be used in password manager, and if you just visited login form, then it will be automatically filled to your form. There is one limitation that only credentials for vulnerable domain can be stealed. But on the other hand, there is advantage that all password managers allowed autofill on different subdomain by default. And what doesn't mean that this is screened from one password, and you can see that default behavior that it will fill anywhere on the website. And if I change the behavior, you can see that never on subdomain or parent's domain, but default behavior is filled anywhere on the website. That means if I saved credentials, like on the just main domain, that could be autofilled anywhere on subdomain or subdomain and other types. Or if I just saved credential on subdomain, it could be autofilled on the main domain. And this behavior was for all password managers. So that means if you use, for example, Google, account on Google, then your credentials could be saved or will be saved on account.google.com. For the attacker, that means that he can find, for example, cross-site scripting vulnerability on this domain and can use this technique and steal your credentials. So let's say that cross-site scripting is not remote code execution, and it could be easily found if someone really want. And I have again the results. And for the login, is only one was protected, and that was Dashlane. But I need to mention that Dashlane has automatic autofill by default. So for them, if you visit some trusted domain, it will be autofilled just without clicking. For TOTP, it was very, very similar. Let's say now that I want to just use, let's say that I found cross-site scripting vulnerability on trusted domain, and I will use, and let's say I want all data what the user have in his password manager. So I can combine several dialogues and each clicks give me data from his password manager. I have another demo, and that will be just example that, when someone find cross-site scripting vulnerability and just share link, for example, on Twitter, and you just clicked, and you will see how it can look like. So again, the terminal, which is empty, and post, or the first, you can see that credentials for accounts.google, password is password, and verification code is ending 142 right now. And here is some post on X, and it's issuetracker.google.com. If user just open it, I'm on the domain. So the first click, second, and third. Yeah. And you can see that the password TOTP was what I showed to you, and the data will be exactly the same what I have in Password Manager. You can see the card number, expiry date, and security code, and of course, my address and my birthday. Yes. Another impact could be for passkeys, and there could be authentication flow hijacking. But unfortunately, I needed to remove this part because it's needed to remove this part because of time. And you can see that the flow hijacking on my research, but basically it's very same that for the dialog can be set opacity that user not see the dialog for passkeys. And when accepted, and when passkeys implementation doesn't have, oh, sorry, yeah, it's a strict domain limitation for that. And there is problematic when session is not bound to the challenge, then the signed assertion, the challenge request, can be used without cookie. That means that with cross-site scripting could be stolen just the signed assertion request from the attacker and can use this request on the server. When I tested the FIDO Alliance certified solutions, so I tested 7 solutions, and 4 of them were vulnerable on this type. That means that the challenge wasn't bound to the session. And the impact could be that one user click, and attacker could be logged as the victim with the new session, and the attacker can add new passkey device. That means that he received the persistent access to the account. And for the passkeys was results like this. So 3 was protected. And at this moment, the dash line was the part where was vulnerable on the DOM-based extension click checking. And now about the fixed status. That's from, I think, last week. And I want to mention that everything I reported in April this year, and I told them that I will share results in July, and it's August. So this is results. And today's morning, I checked 1Password, Bitwarden, and iCloud password, and still vulnerable. So I'm not sure if I will click anywhere, but this is the results. And about users at risk, it's very complicated to count it, but when I reported the vulnerabilities, then it was active about 40 million installations when I reported the vulnerability. The attacker can detecting all password managers just in one script. He just used the new form, and for the new form, just used focus for password input. And after that, he just checked what is DOM and used the correct method for them. So he just can see that there is 1Password element, so he will use the for example, the opacity type, the parent elements type. There is the limitation. One of them is the auto logout feature for inactivity time, and it's by default enabled for one password and pass, for others too, but it's less than 1 day, what I found. The autolog is for iCloud password, but autofill feature can be used even application is logged. So you can see that autofill is still can be used, and if I click, even the application is logged, I can use it. Another limitation is closing the browser. For example, Bitwarden has this functionality, so this another limitation which could be. Another that user has to have the stored credentials for the domain, and the attacker needs to find the vulnerability, and click is needed from the user. About the mitigation, so for extension element, their styles cannot be changed and could be used, for example, mutation observer API, could be used closed shadow root. For parent element, there could be detection for the body and HTML opacity, and you can use, for example, popover API for your element. And for extension overlay, you need to detect the last DOM element, and you can just listing all popover elements and check if your is last. It could be used, for example, elements from points for partial overlay, but there is problematic that pointer events none will be ignored. So you cannot use it for full overlay attack. And doesn't exist for this vulnerability, doesn't exist simple protection, and probably new browser API should be created because right now it's very complicated and needs to be checked a lot of parts in the DOM. Recommendation for users: you can, for example, disable manual autofill and just use copy-paste. But I know that it could be inconvenient for someone. Another type could be that you set only exact URL for autofill credentials, but still can be exploitable for credit cards or personal data. Some hybrid solution could be that for Chromium-based browser that you will set site access, and you will set site access only on click. That means that if you set this settings, that on the left you can see if you have enabled on click, and every time you need just click on your extension, click on the reload, and after that, on your request will be auto-filed the data. So just the summary, all browsers password managers in the research were vulnerable. Fixed are NordPass, ProtonPass, RoboForm, Dashlane, and Keeper. And still vulnerable are Bitwarden, 1Password, and others. But for Bitwarden and 1Password could be used, for example, the attacker's website. And I think a lot of users use these password managers. So for takeaway, that clickjacking is not dead. Browser extensions are vulnerable, could be vulnerable on iframe-based, and especially to the DOM-based. Malicious script can be anywhere, so the cross-site scripting can be found very, very easily, so just only one click, and attacker gets your credentials, including the second factor, and no vulnerability is needed to leak your credit card personal data. And this research was only 11 password managers, so that means others DOM manipulating extension could be vulnerable. So like others password managers, crypto wallets, nodes, extensions, and others. The research and presentation is now available on my website, and you can just type the short URL, and you can see that. And here is some references. Thank you for attention. Thank you very much. I think that's the. I have a little bit over than 5 minutes, so I will be there for some questions if you want. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, DEFCON. Check, check. All right. Good afternoon, DEFCON. How's everybody doing? It's okay. My morning was rough too. Coming up next, we have Keanu Nice. He is going to talk about abusing Microsoft's login. But before he can do that, I have an important announcement to make. He's a first-time speaker. So we do this shot to celebrate the fact that somebody has put in the effort and finally got accepted to DEFCON. It's a big accomplishment for a lot of presenters. It represents like a year of their work, and they're finally getting to show it off. And this is how we welcome new speakers into the DEFCON family. So help me welcome Keanu.
All right, welcome everyone to turning Microsoft login page into our phishing infrastructure. And most importantly, welcome to our special guests from Microsoft, right? Welcome people from Microsoft, because you guys really have to be my biggest fans. See, when my talk title and description got published by DEFCON, I fairly quickly received an email from Microsoft's Security Response Center asking me for a preview of my slides. However, the thing is, before I actually published this presentation to DEFCON, I already made the decision that I would not be sharing anything with Microsoft. And you'll be thinking, okay, but what about responsible disclosure then? And I agree, actually, but the thing is, if I would have reported this to Microsoft without this talk being a thing, I know for certain that they would just have returned their, provide me their classic response saying, this is not a vulnerability, it does not meet the bar to meet to do immediate servicing, right? So to save some time for the both of us, I responded to them and said, look, everything I will be sharing in my talk will not meet any bar for immediate servicing, so let's save some time for both of us, and you don't need to worry about it. But they weren't really happy with that. They still encouraged me to submit my findings to the MSRC for review, even if they don't meet servicing requirements and bounty eligibility, right? And when that didn't work, they were very persistent. They sent me an invitation for a conversation with some free food and drinks, hoping that maybe that would get me to share my talk. But once again, I said, okay, thank you for the invitation. I have something else to do. So, and I thought that would have been the end of that, but they were actually really, really persistent. They upped their level a little bit, and they invited me to the MSRC party at the Skyfall Panoramic Bar, which has this amazing view over Las Vegas with some great food, some swag as well. So yeah, this was a little bit too nice to turn down, so I went there, freeloading a little bit, without sharing them any of my talk. So I am very happy that I will now be able to share my slides with Microsoft and with the rest of DEFCON also watching. But I suppose you guys will do nothing malicious with that, right? So before we start, let's do a quick introduction about myself. I am Keanu Nice, also known as Redbyte Online. I lead a small offensive security team at a Belgian company called Spotted. I'm also the author of GrabSpy, an offensive security toolkit used for initial access and post-compromise enumeration of Entra ID and Microsoft 365 applications. And I'm also the instructor for several Azure Red Teaming trainings at Alto Security. But enough about me, let's actually get into the fun stuff, because I have a lot of new techniques I want to share with you guys. Right. I'll go over a quick introduction. I'll keep this very brief because I want to use the majority of my time to actually go over the new techniques I want to share with you guys. So if you have done any type of assessment requiring you to send out realistic phishing emails without any whitelisting in place, you will probably relate to some of these challenges that you could encounter. Right? You have email security solutions that could block your suspicious links in there. There is user awareness where they focus quite a lot on hovering over the link and seeing if the domain name is legitimate, right? Nothing we can't really get past to with a good pretext, of course, but still something we need to take into consideration. It takes quite a lot of time to get a benign domain categorization, of course, and constantly recycling your domains when they are burned can be a little bit tedious, right? So what alternatives do we actually have for that? Right, so we have, if we don't want to use a malicious domain name, we can, for example, use consent grant attacks, where we will be using the legitimate Microsoft domain and be phishing a user for consent to their permissions over their emails, their files, whatever we want, without phishing their password, right? However, most of the interesting permissions require admin approval, especially in hardened tenants. You would see that admin approval would be required for everything. There's also verified publisher restrictions, which is not that big deal to get around to, but still it's there. Device code phishing is still very useful. We still use this very effectively quite a lot during our assessments, but it could be blocked in hardened tenants as well. Right. With conditional access policies. And then adversary in the middle is obviously very useful to make your website look very convincing. You're basically interacting with the real website, but on a malicious domain name, so that's also a drawback on that. You're basically in the same situation as previously. If your domain gets burned, you will need to rotate that and so forth. Right? So I was interested in this instead. Can we use the trusted login.microsoftonline.com, so the login domain used for all kinds of authentication purposes by Microsoft? Can we use this domain for phishing purposes? And I was looking into this, and I found that this was actually a little bit too easy, so I quickly changed that into in how many ways can we abuse this Microsoft login page for phishing purposes. Right? And I will show you a couple of them, starting with some basic examples where you will still have some ways to actually see that something fishy is going on if you are a little bit tech savvy. At the end, we will be showing some very advanced techniques that completely destroy the login page. We will be extracting clear text credentials and bypassing multi-factor authentication, all while staying on this legitimate login domain. Right. So without losing too much time, let's get into that. Before we do that, let me give you some honorable mentions of things that I also found, but I didn't really have too much time to talk about that. In general, these are some open redirects. I will share a couple of them. These are still working, as all of the other things that are still working. Right? First, you can use Federation as an open redirect. So what you can do is you can configure a domain in your attacker tenant. Set the sign-in URL for Federation to your phishing page, and then you can craft a URL that looks something like this, login.microsoftonline.com, and then with some parameters with the login hint of the domain that you set up for Federation. And if you would forward that link to the to your victim, it would instantly redirect to that phishing domain where you can host something like EvilGenX or whatever you want to capture credentials, right? So basic open redirect, which is basically known of how Federation works, so this is probably something that they can't really patch. Additionally, another thing that you can do is you can create an app registration in your Enter ID tenant with a redirect URL to your phishing page, and then create a URL with the prompt equals non-parameter, and that would basically bypass the consent prompt being shown or any type of prompt being shown, so no login page or whatever, and it would instantly redirect to your redirect URL, right? Even if with the most restrictive consent settings, it would still instantly redirect. And then a slight alternative to that, what you can do is create, once again, an app registration with your redirect URL to your phishing page. However, here we will craft a URL with an invalid scope parameter. And what happens over here is the user will be redirected, but only after legitimate authentication. So they will still see a little bit of the login page. They will stay there, sign in with their legitimate credentials, MFA, whatever they would need. And after they sign in, usually the consent prompt would be shown. However, because we are using an invalid scope that Microsoft doesn't understand, it will throw an error. It will not show an error, but it will instantly redirect to the redirect URL, right? Even with the most restrictive user consent setting. So a couple of open redirects, which I shared with, these three I shared with Microsoft to give them something. I have not received a response about that, but I'm fairly certain that this is something they can't fix. I will show you a quick demo of the last one. Right? So at the left you have the attacker point of view, at the right you have the user point of view. So this is the URL we would send to the user, for example, that we want to phish with an invalid scope. That's the most important one. So we copy that one, paste that into the browser. All right, and you would see the other ones would instantly redirect to your phishing page. This one will stay on the legitimate Microsoft login website for a bit. It would ask you to enter your password, whatever, do multi-factor authentication if that is required. And as soon as that happens, you would see it would redirect to our malicious website, where we can, for example, say, okay, because you're accessing sensitive information, you are required to sign in once again, or you can say your password expired or whatever. But something like this would be very useful for certain pretext, right? All right, and at the left you can see we have EvilGNX running, which is capturing the credentials bypassing multi-factor authentication and extracting the session cookies of the user. Right, so this is how that would look like. All right, so open redirects are nice, but I didn't want to talk too much about that because, to be honest, they are not that impressive, of course. Can be useful in certain use cases if you want to use that. Right, but let's look at some other approaches. And for the first one, I will be talking about, or I will be using self-service signup. So what is self-service signup? So self-service signup basically allows external users to sign in to applications in your tenant with their own credentials. So they will basically, when you set that up, be allowed to register a guest account in your Entra ID tenant without being invited already or anything. Right? This can be useful in certain use cases. Obviously, by default, that is disabled, but you can enable that if you want that in your Entra ID tenants. And the interesting thing about this is that you can collect custom attributes during the sign-up flow, right? And you can collect certain types of default attributes, such as the job title, display name, anything you want. However, nothing stops you of creating a custom attribute called password, for example, and an additional integer, for example, called MFA code, right? So these attributes would be collected by Microsoft during the sign-in page, and the user would be requested to fill in whatever they want for these values, right? So, and then you're probably thinking, okay, but how do we validate whether the password is actually correct or not, right? Because the user can fill in anything over there. So with an API connector, we can actually do that. What the API connector will allow us to do is it will allow us to do input validation of all of the inputs that is provided in these custom attributes, right? So with this, we will be able to validate the password, return an error message if it's incorrect. Right, so let's look at how the attack would work. We send a link to the user. They would click on that. They would go to the login.microsoftonline.com domain, obviously, as all of the examples that I will be showing. And after that, they will need to sign in with their account of their home tenant, right? They will need to accept a tenant invite, and after that, they will be asked to fill in the attributes that we want, so the password and whatever, right? They will fill that in on Entra ID, which will forward that to our API connector. The user does not directly interact with our domain, right? So everything goes through Entra ID. So the attributes are collected, they are forwarded in clear text to us, right? And at that point in time, we can actually validate that against Entra ID if it's correct or not. If it's incorrect, we can tell the user that they need to use a different password. Otherwise, we have the credentials of the user and we compromise their account, right? We basically continue this until they provide valid credentials. Right, so this is what the URL would actually look like. So login.microsoftonline.com, client ID of the application that we set up in our attacker tenants for self-service sign-up, and then a login hint of the, this is our victim user, right? So an email address of the victim user that would allow it to be pre-populated on the sign-in page, so an additional step that the user does not need to do themselves. And we use prompt create to force the registration page to show up. Otherwise, they would need to click on something. So the more things we can automate for the user, the better, right? So prompt create plus the login hint will force the sign-in page with the pre-filled email address to be showing up. The user signs in with their credentials, accept the tenant invite. This is not a consent prompt, so even if the most restrictive consent settings are configured, it would not really help there. And at that point in time, the custom attribute collection page would be shown where we capture the credentials and validate that with our API connector, right? So let's look at that with a demo. So you know how it looks like. At the left, you have the attacker point of view. At the right, we have the victim user point of view. So we paste that URL that I shared previously. This is what they would end up on. So they sign in with their valid credentials. They accept the tenant invite. And then this is what the attribute collection flow would be looking like. But the interesting thing is this is all on the legitimate login.microsoft online domain, right? So it has some trustworthiness to it. You can see over here if we enter a incorrect password, we can return custom error messages saying that the password is incorrect because we can validate that. So provide a correct password with invalid MFA code, we can return a different error message. And if the user provides a correct MFA code and a correct password, you will see that we can return a custom error message. Right? So we can also redirect to users anywhere we want at this point in time if we wanted to. But we have everything we need right now. We have access tokens, refresh tokens, session cookies. The complete account of the user is now compromised. All right. If you find that impressive already, wait for the next ones. So I have some backup slides. So the next one I will be looking at abusing custom company branding, right? So custom company branding, this basically allows us to customize the look and feel of the Microsoft Entra ID sign-in page, right? So what could go wrong? Quite a lot, we'll see. This is from the documentation from Microsoft, all of the things that, or a couple of the things that we would be able to customize. This is used quite a lot by organizations, mostly to load a custom background for their sign-in page, for their organization. However, I've noticed that you can actually customize quite a lot more than what their documentation describes. Right? And one of the interesting things that you can do with custom company branding is inserting a custom CSS file, right? You cannot customize, luckily, any HTML or JavaScript, right? That would be really bad. However, you can customize a little bit what the page of what it would look like with CSS, right? However, not all CSS is obviously allowed because the nasty CSS is filtered out. I was looking into, okay, how does it define what is allowed and what isn't? And basically what happens is, when I was looking into that, it will always, if you load the login page, it will always return the completely unfiltered CSS file to the browser, and then it will filter the CSS with client-side JavaScript. That basically means that we can actually see in the source code everything that it is filtering for, right? So for future reference, if you wanted to know, these are all the properties, CSS add rules, functions, whatever that you are allowed to or not allowed to utilize. So this was very useful to look into what we could do. So I was playing with this, looking with this, okay, what can I do with that? I found that you could target the sign-in buttons, for example. So what did we do? I first hide the sign-in buttons, and they are gone right now. So you're thinking, okay, what can we do with that? Well, if we look at some of the other options in the custom company branding, we are basically also allowed to customize the self-service password reset, right? And what this would allow us to do is we can basically show a custom link that would be redirecting to our whatever domain that we want with any value that we want. So we can do something like this. The next button that we previously just hit, we can replace that with something like that. Obviously, right now, no one would click on that. No one would be too stupid to click on that. However, if we customize that a little bit more with a little bit CSS, right, we can make that link look something like that, right? So now it looks quite a little like this next button, right? And even if you hover over it, it has some animation that it changes the background a little bit. But you say, okay, now it looks great, but it's at the wrong location, right? And you're correct, but we can move that a little bit with some relative positioning, and now it's exactly to the pixel correct where the real next button would be, right? So we can do this for the next button on the account fill-in page or on the next page to collect the password as well. We can basically hijack these buttons, right? So how would we abuse this, or what URL would we be using for that? Once again, login.microsoftonline.com, and we will just add our tenant ID in there, and that is basically enough to load our custom CSS from our tenant, right? And these tenant IDs, these are GUIDs, so users would never actually know whether that's someone else's tenant. Maybe if you're really tech savvy, but no one is going to be looking at that, right? And then what else do we have? Prompt login. This is basically to force the Microsoft to show the sign-on page, even if you're already signed in with some cookies in your browser. Right? So prompt login forces to show the sign-in page. User enters their email address on the domain, clicks on the next button, and then they are redirected to a malicious domain where we can capture their credentials, for example, with adversary in the middle, right? All right, so what does that look like for the user? So they are on login.microsoftonline.com. For example, we are phishing the CEO of Microsoft. They provide their email address. They click on the next button, and they see the password fill-in page, right? But this is on a different domain, but it's so seamless, the user doesn't see it. They click on the button, and they see the next page that they're expecting, but on a different domain, right? So it's very, very powerful. So let's look at an example of that. So we go to that domain. User fills in their email address, clicks. You can see if we hover over the button, there is this nice animation. We click on that. And at the left, you can see EvilGNX loading already, loading the login page. We will pre-fill the email address of the user. We can load custom tenant branding of the user, whatever we want. User enters their password. And if they sign in, they would get an MFA prompt or whatever. Obviously, we don't know the password of the CEO of Microsoft, of course, but you can see where this is going, right? This is just for a demonstration. All right. Let's look at something else we can do with pass-through authentication. So pass-through authentication is one of the methods that you can use to allow your users to sign in with their on-premise credentials to any Entra ID integrated application, right? So the way that this works in the background is Entra ID will literally forward the password in clear text to your on-prem agent, where on-prem PTA agents, which will decrypt the credentials and validate them against a domain controller, right? So this is fairly abused quite a lot already. It's a well-known post-compromise persistence attack technique where you backdoor the PTA agent and you basically wait for authentication attempts and you extract clear text credentials from that, right? So this is usually done after full domain compromise. You compromise someone's on-prem environment and then you install this backdoor, right? Which requires quite a lot of high privileges. So how does the authentication flow work? So the user goes through any application. It will be redirected to Entra ID, right? Entra ID will ask for the credentials. So the credentials are added on Entra ID's login page, which will then be forwarded to your on-prem pass-through authentication agent for validation. At this point in time, your passwords are in clear text on this agent, and they will validate that against the on-premise domain controller. And what is also important to know, the pass-through authentication agent here is in charge of whether they want to accept or decline the authentication or not, right? So that is how it works. So as I said, it's a known technique to use this for persistent purposes. However, what my idea was, can we use that for initial access? Can we use pass-through authentication, set that up in our attacker tenant, right? And steal clear text credentials of users in other tenants, right? So this was my plan. I set up pass-through authentication in our tenant that I control, so I can do that. I backdoor the PTA agent on premise, which is running on a server that I control, so I can do that as well. So this is all fairly straightforward. But then the tricky part becomes we need to trick users from other tenants to sign into our domain or to our Entra ID tenant, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to get their credentials. So this one is easier said than done, but let's look at that in a little bit. So let's first look at the first step. I will go over this briefly. It's very boring, but it's all documented from Microsoft, how we can set that up. So we set up an Entra ID domain. We set up Entra Connect Sync. We set up pass-through authentication over there, go through all the steps that are needed, and eventually we see pass-through authentication is enabled for our tenant. Right. Then, second thing we need to do is we need to backdoor that pass-through authentication agent. Right. Here we will be using PTA Spy from AAD internals by Dr. Azure AD, but there are a lot of tools that do the same thing basically. But PTA Spy is very easy to install. We just use install AAD int PTA Spy on our PTA agents. And then after that, when we test that by signing into some accounts from our tenants, we will be able to see the clear text credentials, right? So now let's look at the other part. How can we force users from other tenants to sign into our tenant? Right. There are a couple of constraints to that of what we are restricted to make it still collect the credentials with PTA, right? So we can only target users in our own tenant, otherwise they wouldn't be able to sign into our tenant, and then definitely it would not be able to use PTA from our tenant, right? Password authentication also only works with hybrid users, so cloud-only users will not work. For example, guest accounts are cloud-only users, so these can't be synced to on-prem, so something like that would not be possible, right? So what other options do we have? I was looking into this setting, email as alternate login ID, because it is very underestimated feature that can be fairly useful in some cases. Basically, what this allows you to do, if you enable that in your tenant, you can basically allow users in your tenant to sign in with any email address that is defined in their proxy address attribute. And this proxy address attribute can, in certain cases, have email addresses from unverified domains, right, that you do not own. Right? So I was looking into that for a cloud-only user just to test this really quickly. If you said you cannot control the proxy address directly, but you can, for example, update the email attribute, and for cloud-only users, this gets propagated automatically to the proxy address field. So you can see over here, we set that to non-synced@microsoft.com. We don't own the Microsoft.com domain, but we can still do that. And after that, with the previous setting, we can actually sign in with that account into our tenant, and it will be linked to that specific user, right? So this, you could think that probably is something you can actually trick a user of a different tenant into signing in with our tenant, right? Because their email address could be displayed on our login page, right? However, when I looked into that for synced users, then we saw that this email property is not propagated. And I tried a lot of things to try to influence that, but even setting the proxy address fields on-prem, for example, it does not automatically propagate to the proxy address field in Entra ID. So there was no way for synced users to influence that to get unverified domain names in there. And this is documented by Microsoft as well. Right. So I needed to find something else. And that's why when I started looking into the custom CSS that I showed previously. Right. So I was thinking, okay, can we maybe modify how the email property is shown on the login page with custom CSS? And I was looking at all the attributes that we can customize, or the custom selectors that we have in CSS, but none of them allowed us to directly select the email address that is shown on the page. However, the closest one that we do have is something like the sign-in box, or we can set CSS to the complete body. That is still possible, but things like end child or anything similar that would allow us to only select that email address are all disallowed. So we can't do that. So what we would need to find is some way to set something on a parent element on the page that would only affect the email address property without modifying the rest of the page. So I was looking in the other things that are allowed, and then I saw font face. And font face allows you to basically select or define a custom font that would be used for your page. And we can apply that to the complete body or to the sign-in container, doesn't really matter. And then I was actually defining looking into, okay, how can I create a custom font? So I found this neat application that would allow me to do that. And as you can see over here, this looks quite a lot like an S. However, if you look at a little bit closer, this is actually a hyphen, right? As a human, you would think that this is an S, but the computer will think that this is a hyphen. This is a dash character, basically, right? Really swirling dash character, but it's a dash character. So what we can do is now purchase a domain, micro-off.com, and the computer, your browser, will think that micro-off.com will be there, but it will render it as Microsoft.com, right? So now we can, since we verified that domain, we own that domain, we can create any users with that email address, like admin@micro-off.com, for example. We can set up some conditional access policies if we don't want the user to gain access to our tenant after we fetch them, for example. And then we set up this custom CSS to implement our custom font, right? We load our custom font from a specific location, doesn't really matter. And we set that font to only take place on when the hyphen character is loaded, right? So only use that font for the hyphen character, which is 2D in hexadecimal, right? And then all the other fonts are basically the normal fonts that Microsoft would otherwise use, right? And this is what it would look like for the user. So the user sees admin@microsoft.com, but if you look at the source code, it is admin@micro-off.com, right? So Very convenient. And our phishing URL can be as short as this, login.microsoftonline.com, and then a login hint with our email address of the user we want to phish with a slight modification at that. Obviously, the user might see that, so you can do a little bit obfuscation or encoding of that. You can use some URL encoding over there. You can encode whatever you want, a small part. The complete email address, you can add any parameters in there to make the URL look more legitimate, right? At the end, it will be very hard for the user to see that this small modification is in there, right? So let's look at a demonstration of that. So this is our attacker server where our PTA agent is running and PTA spy is running. So right now you can see it is installed, but there are no credentials just yet. So this is the victim point of view. They go to our phishing domain. They go to login.microsoftonline.com. You will see it looks like admin.microsoft.com. And you can also see it will show up the credentials from their password manager as well, because they are on the legitimate Microsoft domain. After they sign in, we get their credentials in clear text, basically. Right. All right. Thank you. But there are still a little bit of limitations to that, right? If you look at the previous demo, you might have seen that. Obviously, a wrong password can be provided by the user because PTA spy will always return a successful authentication without validating the password, right? So we need to take care of that. And the second thing is clear text passwords are nice, but they are useless if multi-factor authentication is enforced, right? So let's see what we can do to work with that, right? So we will use the same CSS as previously, but we will add a little bit of extra CSS to that, basically to modify the title that will be shown on the sign-in page. And what is a title? This is basically the area between the email address and the password field, right? So we will hide that title, and we will actually load a custom image from a location that we control from our attacker web server, right? So what will we be doing with that? The first time that it loads, we will, and it requests that image, we will return this image. Enter password, so just regularly as usual, this would be what would be shown the first time. After we have validated the password of the user, we will redirect them to the login page a second time, and then we will load this image, enter code. And now the login page would look like this, right? And since we are using password authentication, we will be actually be capturing that OTP code once again with our backdoor of our password authentication agent, right? Then we also need to modify how the PTA spy works a little bit, because as we said, it will always return a valid authentication attempt. It will not validate the credentials of the user. So how PTA spy works is basically on the PTA agent, it will hook the login user API call from the Microsoft API, the Windows API, right? What we will do is we will modify that hook a little bit, and we will actually implement a new function that will validate the credentials. It's too big to actually show here. I might share that on GitHub in a while, but for now, I will just show you a little bit of snippets from this. And if the authentication is successful, we will return successful authentication. Otherwise, we will return an error, and Microsoft will show that error, and the user will enter a new password, right? So how will this go in the background? We send the link to the user to our sign-in page of Enter ID, right? They will click on that, and obviously when the sign-in page loads, it will request that image. So the first time it loads that image from our web server, we return this image. The user will enter their password because it is instructed to do that, which will be forwarded to Enter ID, and Enter ID will forward that to our password authentication agent, right? At this point, we validate that password against Enter ID, right? And if the authentication is successful, we return that. If it's unsuccessful, we return an error message, and they can try again, right? Let's assume it is successful. What we will do is we'll let our web server that's hosting our image know that the authentication was successful. So it knows next time if we need to load an image in the next couple of minutes, we know that it needs to return the other image, right? At this point in time, we also redirect the user to the login page once again. and they will receive the image once again to be requesting their OTP code, right? They will provide the OTP code in the password field, right, which will be forwarded to our PTA agent. We can validate that once again to Enter ID. If it's unsuccessful, we can return an error once again. If it's successful, we compromise the user account. So this is the ID behind it. What would our sign-in URL look like? It's a little bit bigger, as you can see over here. So once again, login.microsoftonline.com, and a client ID of our application that we have set up with the custom redirect URL. The prompt login to force the login page to be shown even as the user is already signed in, which is required because we will need to sign in the user 2 times, right? And then the email address of the user we want to target. And then the redirect URL will redirect the user after successful authentication once again to the login page. And you can see it's a little bit nested over there. But then the third time or the second time they successfully sign in, they will be redirected to wherever you want to go, Google in this specific case. One small note for the demo is that usually we would rewrite something like micro-off.com authentication attempts. For that, we would rewrite that to Microsoft.com and validate if the credentials are valid for that account, right? Obviously, since I don't have access to a @Microsoft.com domain, and I asked them, but they said no. I even told them, you can see my slides if you give me the account for the demo, and they said no. So, so because we do not have access to that @Microsoft.com domain, what I will be doing is I will show the demo where we capture the credentials for the user for @Microsoft.com, but instead of validating the credentials against a Microsoft account, we will validate them against an account that I have control over, that I know the password of, so I can phish myself, basically. Right, so let's look into that. So over here, we have the victim point of view in the bottom left corner. Everything will happen on the legitimate Microsoft login page, so they will be asked to enter their password. If they enter an invalid password, they will receive an error message just to show that we are actually checking for that. We still have the password, of course, but we know that it's invalid. Right? If the user provides the correct password, for example, the one that's saved in their password manager, then it will seamlessly load the enter code image. Right? And if they provide the correct MFA code over there, we can redirect them wherever we want, and we basically compromise the user once again. We have their access tokens, session cookies, anything we need. All right. So this is nice once again, but there's still a couple of limitations to that. First, we are capturing a MFA code in a password field, which is a little bit suspicious because usually the OTP code is in clear text, right? Additionally, authenticator app notifications are a little bit more convenient in company environments, right? They are used quite a lot more and they are more convenient for the user. So I was looking, okay, can we actually do something with that instead, right? And for that, we will actually need 2 Enter ID tenants. The first one will have the same CSS as we saw previously. It will only replace the hyphen with an S character, right? The other CSS that you saw previously, we don't use that. And yeah, it's basically the main sign-in page that you saw previously, right? Then the second tenant, which we will redirect the user to after authentication, will have this CSS. And basically what this will be doing is it will replace the complete sign-in box with an image. And you're thinking, okay, what's image? An image looking something like this. Right, showing the 2-digit code that would be that they would need to sign in on their authenticator app. Right? And you're thinking, okay, but how do we know in advance which specific 2-digit code that the user needs to enter? Well, we don't know, so we just generate an image for all of them, right? So this took quite a while. So I have 100 images ready over here, and basically it doesn't matter what image that or which code that Microsoft provides us, we can return that. And this is how the attack flow would go. So we send a link to the user to sign into the first tenant, right? Which will, there's not much modifications on that one, just replacing the hyphen with an S character in this specific case. So the user would provide their credentials, which we will capture on our PTA server. We can validate them. If there is an error, we can return that. If not, we return a successful authentication. At this point in time, we will also receive a 2-digit MFA code from Enter ID if MFA is set up, and we forward that to our web server, right? So, for example, 42, we redirect the user to now tenant 2, where our different CSS is loaded, and there it will actually load the image, right? Because we're replacing the complete sign-in prompt with an image, and whatever code that is needed, right? In the meantime, our attacker server is constantly polling, checking if the authentication already succeeded with MFA. Right? The user will see the 2-digit code. They will also look down because they just received a notification on their phone to ask for the 2-digit code. So they provide that, which will be forwarded to Enter ID. And at that point in time, we compromise the user's account. Right. So let's look at our final demo over here. Once again, login.microsoftonline.com with some custom properties, which you can see over there. And the redirect URL will just redirect them once again to the login page of the second tenant. So you can see that in action over here. First time we enter the password. So it's going to be an invalid password first time. So you can see no redirection if the user enters an invalid password. If we take the correct password from our authenticator extension or whatever, right? The user will be redirected to the second tenant where this image would be shown. And as you can see over here, the user has entered their multi-factor authentication on their app. We get their access token, refresh token, and their session cookies. You will see they will not be redirected over here. So this could be something that they will note. However, they are still on a legitimate Microsoft login page, so it is not that suspicious, right? All right. So for that, we would actually need 2 tenants. You can actually do something where you only use 1 tenant if you really want that, but then you would need to use this browser language customization. And what this allows you to do is specify custom tenant branding for a specific language, right? So for each language, you could load a custom CSS file, which would allow us to, for example, do something like this. By default, in any language, it would return the normal login page. If the language is set to French, for example, we return the MFA prompt. And we can actually modify which language is used with this parameter. This LC parameter, we provide an ID over there for French, for example, and then it would load the login page, right? So this would allow you to do this exact same attack with only 1 Enter ID tenant. However, you will note one slight difference. If you change the language, it would also change the language in the page title. So this could something that could be seen, but probably not too suspicious for the user, and they will probably not notice it because they just received a notification in their Authenticator app, right? So to summarize, I showed about 8 techniques. The Open Redirect ones, I went over them fairly quickly. If you are interested in that, the slides for that are at the back of my presentation as well, because I first created some slides for that. So you will be able to see that still. 4 of these techniques we can actually be using or staying completely within the legitimate login.microsoftonline.com domain, right, without going anywhere else. And a couple of them will also bypass multi-factor authentication, right? So to summarize, login.microsoftonline.com is a free redirector for phishing pages. It can serve any image as if it is Imager, right? So if you want to host cat memes on Microsoft's login page, you can do that if you want. Right. It is the most trusted credential harvester by far, and it's basically the perfect all-in-one phishing platform, phishing as a service platform. Right. Some references over here from obviously Dr. Azure AD for his awesome work with AD internals, and PTA Spy, which we use quite a lot over here, which is based on the research of Adam Chester, actually. And also to a quick shout out to Kuba, the creator of EvilGenX, which allowed me to use the EvilGenX Pro version for some of these demos over here. If you have any questions, feel free to come ask me after the session or reach out to me on my socials. You can see that over here. And I just want to end over here with a picture that I took at the Microsoft party 2 days ago, which basically summarizes this entire talk. I'm not sure if you can see it, but they had like this small sign over there saying game over, and they allowed me to take some pictures over there. So yeah, thank you so much.
yeah, we're going to go, and I'm told that because this is the last slot of the day, that if I go over, they're not going to be angry at me. So you might get like a little extended bonus material, and I won't be like rushing. Hopefully, yeah, bonus, right? I hope you're all having a great DEF CON. My DEF CON's going good too. Excellent. Glad to hear that. You do not need any background knowledge for this talk, so you don't have to leave. You don't need to know how to hack cars. It's going to be okay. We're going to give you the background that you need, so you don't need to know how to hack trucks. It wouldn't hurt, of course. In this instance, we did find that we're using tanker trailers, so it's different than the previous vulnerability, so we'll bring you up to speed on the previous ones, and then talk about the specifics of these new ones on tankers. And the real meat of it is how we used these campaigns with SideGrock custom decoders and some of the previous RF injection equipment that we already kind of used in the previous research. There's so many people to thank to make this happen. It's not a one-person show by any means. The previous research was in collaboration with AIS that this is built on top of. We use all kinds of open source software projects and tools that all those authors and contributors, they help us with that. My colleague Ann Zakos did all the testing on site. And of course, all this testing is done on actual equipment that fleets own and use, and it makes money for them. It's operational assets, and none of this would be possible without them letting us even do that. So there's just many, many thank yous to many people. I would be remiss to not point that out. So we're hacking trucks here, and I put air quotes up because we're not really focused on the trucks. We're focused on the trailers, the things that they tow. The trucks move all kinds of dry goods and things in boxes, right? Less than truckload kind of stuff. But they also move bulk liquid as well in these things called tankers. Now tankers, just like normal dry van trailers, they all have ECUs in them. They're not dumb hunks of metal. Since 2001, every trailer has had an anti-lock braking system capable ECU. And you can see here in this diagram, we have a road double, and there's an ECU in each one of these trailers. I wonder if my laser pointer is a thing. So there's ECUs in each of these trailers. And in between the trailers is something called a converter dolly. And the converter dollies also have their own ECU. All of these things are connected by a network. Some people in automotive like to call it a data bus. And this particular data bus is on the power line, which is the blue wire, the 12-volt battery supply to the trailer. And it is also on the ground. It's relative to the ground, but you'll find that the signal is somewhat superimposed and reversed on the ground as well. So this signal is on power and ground. It's a power line data bus that is on every tractor and trailer in North America since 2001. There is different kinds of trailer ECUs. The one that's regulated is just ABS, just anti-lock brake. And that's the bare minimum. And all these things have anti-lock brake capabilities. But for loads that have some dynamic stability issues, such as liquid, they tend to use something that's called a roll stability system. And these ECUs are a little bit bulkier and more capable, whereas something like ABS is capable of reducing slip of the wheels by releasing that pneumatic pressure that closes the spring brakes on these trailers. The tanker ones can actually build and hold and release the pressure in those chambers electronically. It's an electro-pneumatic system that does active stability to prevent rollover, right? And so pretty much every liquid hauling, water, milk, and gasoline uses roll stability systems on their trailers. Trucks today, all of them have at least these two networks on them. The CAN bus, J1939 in the case of trucks, which you see on your right, in a nice signal diagram from SideGrock, which we're going to talk a lot about. And on the left, they also all have this power line network that I mentioned that goes to all the ECUs in the trailer. The power line network can be thought of as a different transport layer for an older technology called J1708. which also comes together with J1587. So if you hear me say 1708 or 1587, I'm really just talking about the same thing. It's the older technology that is now translated into this power line network. The power line network uses these high frequency signals, and those high frequency signals are superimposed on the power. So it's capable of transmitting the power, but also adding that data bus on top of it. And it's actually pretty clever the way they did it. For more details, you can look at other material. All you need to know is that those high frequencies are in the radio frequency range, which is kind of the spoiler for how all this works. In 1939 on CAN, we have diagnostics and mission time. And mission time means, like, you know, steering wheel, brakes, gas, all the stuff that you do to actually change the state of the vehicle. That's like what the vehicle's supposed to do. That's the mission time. But trucks spend a lot of time in the service bay. Maintenance is a big part of keeping trucks running and operational, like at least 4 times a month for most trucks. And on 2497, we have the same thing. Diagnostics is very important for bringing these things online and servicing them and making sure the trailers work. Mission time doesn't really show up very much in Powerline intentionally. The regulations require that the faults in the trailer are displayed on the dash of the tractor. So the driver knows if there's something wrong with the trailer way in the back, so the ABS failure is communicated to them. But up until recently, it was said that there was no mission time impact of Powerline networks onto tractors, and that we'll talk a little bit about that at the end. So the diagnostics are very important. Access to the diagnostics is given to technicians via the onboard diagnostic port that you find in the cab, and it looks like this green connector. It has J1939 on it, at least 2 different channels and maybe 3, and it may or may not have Powerline. At the deployment of the Powerline networking technology, people were finding they were having signal integrity issues with receiving the traffic in the tractor brake controller. And to improve signal integrity, several of the OEMs actually put filtering between this diagnostic port and the trailer. Not all of them, but many of them did. And it's one of the other side effects of that signal integrity issue they had is they kind of dialed up the sensitivity. They made the minimum receivable signal smaller and smaller so that the noise on the bus wasn't the problem, which also caused the reception issue that we're going to talk about. So in 1939, you have diagnostics, which is usually Unified Diagnostic Services, or maybe the precursor, KWT 2000. And that sits on top of something that we tend to call ISO-TP, the Transport Protocol for ISO, which has its own ISO number, 15765. I literally had to read that. I never remember the number. And in Powerline, remember 1587, aka 1708, it has this thing called a data link escape. And it's a way to put proprietary data on the bus. We don't need a transport layer there in 2497 because 2497 actually allows really long messages. As long as you put your diagnostics in the proprietary space, they can be point to point and they can be received. So that's how diagnostics looks in these 2 cases. If you really don't, if all these acronyms are not helping you at all, but you know some networking technology, I tried to put an analogy for how this works in networking technology. And I know this one's goofy, but I'll point it out. 2497 is a Powerline alternative to 1708, the older serial bus, in kind of the same way that, like, infrared 802.11, which is a thing, is an alternative physical layer to, like, normal Ethernet, okay? And yes, Powerline is as weird as infrared Ethernet, which is a thing, I promise. It actually exists. Okay. So there's been a lot of truck hacks over the years. Probably the first one that was, you know, really well publicized was Haystack and 6 Volts, who spoke right here, not in this building, but at DEFCON in 2018, 2017. And the same year, actually, Bill Haas and co-authors had an article in Wired about hacking trucks. And even last year, we had Jake Jepson and Rick Chatterjee's presentation of how they did that Wi-Fi hotspot attack on that ELD. And most of these attacks on trucks, they end in what's called a D-rate. So the engine has to, in any condition where it can't operate safely, reduce its power output, and the truck goes very slow, and the power is taken away, and this is like considered a safe state by the designers of the trucks. And it is a safe state. The truck didn't crash and it didn't blow up, so it's safe. But it's not very useful to fleets. if you deny the service of driving the truck, then you're taking away their ability to make money, so the D-rate is bad enough for them. There are also diagnostic attacks, which are different than many of these mission time attacks that lead to D-rates. Some of the diagnostics can lead to D-rate. If you go into diagnostics and change like a temperature setting, a limit, you can cause a D-rate when a normal temperature crosses over that limit, for example. So you still get to D-rates, but there's more things that are kind of possible in diagnostics, because diagnostics often includes cyber-physical effects. In the ECUs that we're talking about, the diagnostics includes the ability to like test the solenoid valves that dump air pressure. So a diagnostic command lets you actually dump that air pressure, which is another thing that's a diagnostic attack. So the mission time attacks today are starting to be mitigated by the presence of message authentication codes that are being put on the bus. In passenger cars, it's very common. In trucks, it's kind of just up and coming. And in the future, a lot of these mission time attacks will kind of be defeated by the message authentication checks that they'll have on the distributed control systems that are on the bus. But these diagnostic attacks are going to kind of be the forever problem. We're always going to have diagnostics. We're always going to need to reprogram things. We're always going to need to test things in the field. And we're not going to be able to solve that problem with message authentication codes. And for the details of that, that's a whole other talk. But yeah, that's going to be a forever problem, diagnostic security. Diagnostics today, and hopefully not into the future, but today is protected by what's called seed key exchange. This is true for UDS. It was true for KWP 2000 that came before it. It was even found in some forms in 1708 and 1587. Seed key exchange, like you see here, is actually being demonstrated on CAN using ISO-TP. So the first byte is the ISO-TP size. The second byte is the service identifiers, and there is an error down here. That should be 67, not 27. And then you have your request for a seed. You get your seed from the ECU. You send the correct key, hopefully. And if the key you send matches the one the ECU calculates, then you're good to go and you get unlocked. And this is a challenge response mechanism. There's no session control here, particularly. When that ECU is unlocked, it's unlocked for everyone that has accessibility to the bus. And there are new services that are going to be available, like Service 29 that uses certificates that should sunset this technology, but this is how ECUs do their UDS authentication today, diagnostic authentication. There's a lot of ways to break seed key exchange. And each of these different kind of ways in the colored boxes here that are colored based on attacker difficulty, I believe, red being the easiest, they have dependencies. So if an attacker were to obtain some software, then they could either do a lookup extraction or they could do some reverse engineering, et cetera. We'll talk about a few of these different paths. The point being that seed key exchange is not perfect even if it's implemented well. At the heart of this is seed key exchange is just a challenge response protocol. And challenge response protocols can be broken in general if the challenge, the thing that you send out first to do that computation on, is reused. Those should be a nonce, which in cryptography means a number used once. And it turns out that when you use a nonce more than once, bad things happen. You can see in this table right here an example. So 4BCB ended up resulting in EF19 as the result, and there's these other pairs. And later on, 4BCB was provided again, and the exact same thing came out again. And this shouldn't surprise anybody, right? This function is deterministic. In order for you to ship diagnostic software in an ECU, they have to have the same function in them. And this isn't fixed even if you just throw AES in the ECU, right? AES is fully deterministic. If you use the same IV and you throw that seed, maybe with some more bytes in between, when you have that same seed, you're going to have the same key that comes out. And this is not a solution, even though this has sadly been proposed by some suppliers. I just wanted to point that out. This will not solve it. Powerline technology has been around for quite some time and has been leaking for some time, right? So when Powerline technology was deployed as a way to avoid stringing Cat cable, probably not even Cat5 at that time, through your home, people were finding that you could access neighbors' homes And as early as 2003 in a CNET article, this was being reported, and people were talking about putting filters on their breaker panels, and then other people were saying, don't worry, GFI apparently blocks it, and this is all very out of date at this point. But in 2013, Baker and Kopsel shared that there are actual security implications, particularly with the home plug technologies. And I think happening right now, coincident with this talk, is kind of a culmination of a lot of that MAC address accessible technology and security issues that's being talked about in the HPGP. So home plug ended up evolving into home plug GreenFi that was used for electric vehicle charging. And that's the talk that's coincident with this. It's another power line thing where they figured out how to get RCE in the chips that do HPGP. But I digress. In 2020 and 2022, Baker and Kohler demonstrated that you could actually deny the power line bus on those EV chargers by sending signals and inducing signals on those power lines. Very similar to what we demonstrated in 2497. In this case, they could just cause it to drop connection. In what we demonstrated, it's a little different. We were attacking J2497, which is overlaid on top of this chart as starting way back in 1996-ish, as far as we can tell, and it still goes until today, and the bit rate is very, very low, okay? So that's the whole power line family. So I've alluded to this many times. If you're not aware of the previous research that this is extending, we had 2 CVEs previously published in collaboration with AIS. The first was released in 2020, and it was demonstrated that using active antennas, you can read the traffic on a power line bus, equipment dependent, from about 15 feet. And we also then in 2022, again with AIS, demonstrated that, once again, equipment dependent, but for about $500 at the time worth of equipment, 50-watt power amplifier and some antennas, simple antennas, you could inject signals onto 2497. And unlike the home plug GreenFi research that I just mentioned, this is injecting valid, receivable J2497 frames, and we demonstrated that by causing the trailer equipment to actually perform diagnostic actions for us wirelessly. We believe this is due to, this is just complete conjecture. I don't have any science for this. We believe it's due to both the power line and the chassis of the target picking up induced signals. And we think that's the case because the thing that's the most susceptible is tankers, which are just big shells of metal. And the upshot of all that is that we can do this. So this is a video of us resetting the brake controller on a tanker wirelessly, and it testing its solenoids on power up. And that's how we did it, using CVE 2022 and just sending what you'll find out are UDS reset commands. So yes, we're talking about a very specific roll stability trailer brake ECU from one supplier that you find on many, many of these things. And really all tankers use roll stability systems. This particular one turned out to only have a 16-bit seed key exchange. And you can see a picture down below that matches the video. This is from a demonstration that we did in Houston, Texas a couple years ago. So here's a shot of my bench. It's a clean bench day shot, which I'm glad, because otherwise it'd be pretty embarrassing. The target that we're dealing with is behind this monkey face, so it's obscured by the monkey. And here, the target is obscured by red mud. This is from a test shot that I took with an on-site with Anne, and also where the supplier visited us for the tests. So in this disclosure, during the whole disclosure process, the supplier has been very forthcoming, offering time and resources and putting a lot of energy to the proving of the vulnerability and talking about mitigations. So we came about discovering this because we were looking at pressure tests on this RSS Plus. And here's a screen cap of me doing a pressure test. I have a microphone on the thing on the bench so that I can easily correlate traffic that I'm capturing against the clicking of the devices in the unit. later on. I can record this video and look at it. This is kind of like reporting how much pressure is in one chamber, how much pressure is in another, and they use this test to verify that like all of the seals are correct and the hoses are connected correctly. And we noticed a pattern in the traffic, which is maybe not legible on these screens. It's just like the one I showed you in that protocol sequence diagram. There is a 27 and a 67, so it's 27.5, 27.6, and then 67.6, and the whole pattern is there. So it looks just like UDS seed key exchange. Also, this diagnostics is fitting inside a 7-byte window, and this is on Powerline. Powerline doesn't need to make small messages. J2497 is allowed to do as big of a DLE as it wants, but all of these DLEs were small enough to actually fit in a CAN message. In fact, they're 1 byte smaller than they need to fit in a CAN message. We wondered if maybe someone had an off by 1 error in their coding, but it's definitely small enough to fit in CAN. So that let us do something weird, which I enjoy. We could create a fake CAN bus. So we made a fake Python CAN driver that lies about being a CAN bus and just shoves data back and forth from DLEs into fake CAN and from fake CAN back down into DLEs on Powerline, which sounds weird, and you're probably wondering, well, why? It lets us do cool stuff. Like we could just capture a PCAP of the traffic and then use Wireshark to look at the diagnostic activity. So you can see here a picture of Wireshark, and we're using the decode as function. This is roughly the same traffic. On 2497, all the diagnostics are prefixed by the DLEs. This ACFE89 is a point-to-point data link escape. The 89FEAC is the response. And if we look, I hope I remember where it is. Yeah, 2767, right down there. There's our seed key exchange. And you can see the seed key exchange here in the Wireshark decode. Wireshark doesn't need to open PCAPs for sure. It's convenient and it's fast. You might not know this, but Wireshark will actually open a CAN dump log. You can just write a CAN dump text file, and as of like a year ago, it'll just open that CAN dump formatted text file now, which is very convenient. But we created a PCAP for this. And you can tell Wireshark to decode this stuff by using the decode as feature. It already has an ISO TP, ISO 15765, which I also read off that slide. Again, I never remember it. And you go add decoder 15765, click OK, go back in decode as, and then another row will show up for you, and you can say what's inside the transport layer. And you can choose UDS or other things like OBD2. And if you choose UDS, which is close enough to KWT 2000 to work for us, you get that nice decode of the traffic. The coloring, in case you want to also color your Wireshark, which I like to do, is you can actually go on the column preferences and you can make a coloring rule for any of the byte values that you want. So I had all of the resets show up as yellow and the seed keys show up as red. Just helps me look. And it's clipped off, but there's like a little color indicator on the scroll bar, which is very convenient for looking at the whole PCAP. So I hope you find that useful. That's how we use Wireshark to look at this diagnostic traffic. So we have manufacturer's diagnostic tool on one side, and then we can just look at what it's doing in Wireshark and start to understand how does that piece of software actually work. And that's how we identified all this stuff. Making the fake CAN also has the benefit that we can produce stuff like this by relying on existing open source tools like Scapy. So Niels Weiss and his partner in crime, Enrico Pozzebon, have created automotive Scapy, I think for some years now. I love using it. It has this UDS scanner that'll just go and enumerate all the possible services and diagnostic states that are available, as well as what seed key levels are available. And all we had to do was use this boilerplate scanner code and plug it into our fake Python CAN driver, and then it enumerated all of that different diagnostic stuff that was available for us. There's a lot of stuff to test when you have a diagnostic server. A diagnostic server looks a lot like when you're maybe nmapping a server that you have found on a network. There's all kinds of ports that are available, and in the case of diagnostics, these are services. And that's a big part of it with the scanning. But you also want to test, like, how does seed key exchange work? Can you retry keys? Can you, like, change diagnostic sessions and then try the same key again? there's a lot of weaknesses and bugs that have happened, so you have a lot of test cases. One of them that's really useful to perform is to test for time-based dependence of the seeds on ECU resets, right? Because it's pretty common in embedded systems to not have a great source of entropy on boot. If you're as old as me, you probably remember when Debian SSH keys were all kind of compromised because it was all based on PID 0, and there wasn't any entropy when we created our virtual machines in the first place. It's very similar to that. The simple embedded systems just base the seed that they send out on like runtime, on how long the ECU has been awake. And you can test for that using some simple SCAPI code like this. There's also code in Caring Caribou that'll test for the same thing. And we did this. We did basically this test right here, and we found that, yeah, it did look like there was pretty clearly a time dependence on the seeds. And that alone is kind of like a finding. It's like, okay, you know what? Your nonces are obviously not nonces. If someone resets the ECU, they have a good chance of seeing the exact same number again, and that defeats the security of your seed key exchange. And that's a problem, particularly on systems that have any internet-connected nodes where you can't be sure that there isn't someone that's going to do a pivot. And that's a good enough result. I mean, good enough for us to say that's a problem. But we wanted to do more. We like to do hard mode on this one, and not just because it makes things more challenging and more interesting. It's useful to demonstrate that you can do these attacks with the bare minimum of equipment, because it shows that a lot of cost isn't necessary to execute these attacks, right? It's entirely possible to create a full duplex system that uses an active antenna and a power transmitter and hooking them up to GNU radio, which is code that AIS published in conjunction with us and exists. And you could do a full duplex system. It might be a little bit shorter range than just a blind system that only transmits, because you may not get the same reception range as you do for transmission range, maybe. Really depends on equipment and stuff. And it would be a little bit slower, and it would maybe be more expensive. So we could do this just blind, and we can show that you don't need a whole lot of expensive equipment. It also was useful for us to demonstrate that in the previous disclosure, there was some feedback that what we had demonstrated was only relevant for very old equipment that didn't have any replay protection at all. So we were sending these diagnostic commands, and the trailers were responding to the commands we sent. Those particular diagnostic stacks didn't need seed key exchange. They didn't have anything at all. They just responded to the commands. And some of the suppliers, we heard, decided that if they had any system that needed any replay protection at all, then it didn't apply to them. So here we had in hand a system that obviously has replay protection. It has seed key exchange. It's only 16-bit. It's time sensitive. There is theoretically a way here to show that we could reduce this exact protection against replay down to a replayable attack. So that's why the blind version of this is very important. An internet-connected system or a full duplex system can stop right here. There's ways to break the seed key exchange at this point, but we wanted to show it could be done blind. To do this attack blind, we have to get the timing like just right. The collision detection on the bus is not really great. You have to find kind of like silences in the bus and get your messages in the right place. We're also talking about time dependence of the seeds, so we know that we have to actually get our requests relative to when things were serviced at the right delays to know that you're going to get the same value. So the timing becomes very, very important in this. And the way we kind of built the POC for this and figured out how to do the exploit of this, or the abuse of this, is we treated it like glitch campaigns. So we did very large parameter sweeps of these timings, and we did some form of analysis that I'll talk about using SideGroq to show whether a particular parameter in that sweep was successful. So we try all these possible values, and when we see a success, we just make sure we highlight it as successful. And you can see kind of like an intermediate result of that here. So this last row in the SideGroq decoder is going from purple to green, and the green is saying okay, and the purple is saying something is missing. And this is an example of where we're sweeping a parameter, and the parameter crossed from like a not good parameter to a good parameter. And this does look a bit like when you're doing glitching. You kind of try different delays and different widths, and if you have a fancy glitcher, maybe different dwell times. And eventually you're going to find some set of parameters that are like, yep, they did the thing. And that's kind of how we put this together. So that involved both inspecting the traffic on the power line bus and then also injecting it. So on the right, you have an FL2K SDR transmitter. They're actually VGA dongles. And they, at the time, were only $25. I think they're a little hard to find right now, but they're not super expensive. And you can use these VGA dongles as transmitters thanks to Osmocom's work and Ted Yapo's work with the adapter. On the inspecting side, we took a piece of equipment that is essentially a converter chip, a PLC converter chip with some surrounding circuitry from DG Tech called the DEFCON, opened it up, and we tapped into the serial line in between the converter, so we could look at that direct decoding of the power line traffic into that J1708 traffic. So you can kind of see the stack here, right? There's a P45 inside this PLC DEFCON, and then we have that connected to a UART, digital input, onto the logic analyzer, over USB, over blah, blah, blah. I love these stacks of software. And then we created these custom decoders. So the inspection was this custom decoder. The injection was an SDR. We're just creating a large waveform and just streaming the waveform onto the power line, and it's valid J2497 traffic. So we built it up over time. The very first thing we did was go into the existing J1708 decoder and create an output of it so it can be consumed. And I'm going to show you some code snippets. All of the code, to the best of my knowledge, is available in the white paper, so it can be copied and pasted and used. And I believe it's all freely licensed under MIT as well. So we made that 1708 decoder capable of exposing its data, and then we made a new decoder and started adding these annotation rows. And each of the annotation rows are what you kind of see down here. So as we needed functionality to kind of debug or understand what was happening in the exchanges, we added a new row. We put positive acknowledgement for UDS, so we could see, like, if we sent a reset request, did the ECU say, yes, I got that reset request or not? And then rather than going through logs piece by piece, we could just look down on the annotation row, and if we saw a particular color, we knew it was responded to versus this color meaning it's not responded to, which makes the act of debugging these long-running parameter sweeps very much easier. And as we developed this, we added more features. Finally, we kind of settled on this attempt. So we were building this POC, and the POC was, could we get a predictable seed out? And as we added all these different rows, you can see how many there are in the end, right? Lots of different features. We added one that said, did we get a seed out, and what was it? And we can see down here kind of one of the first examples of missing seeds, no seeds found, and then, yeah, we got a seed out. So the target requires very precise timing. I'm going to give you an overview of like what those different timing slots are and kind of what we found. Everything is kind of dependent on when you send the reset request. So the first marker here on the left is labeled D, and that's where the ECU says, yep, I got your reset request, and I'm going to go and reset. And then after that, things are kind of quiet. You can see the bus gets quite quiet for some time, roughly about 6 seconds. And then there's a big storm of data, and then some other stuff happens. And we found that here at A, it was actually possible to put one message into the ECU. So we knew the message was in there because of some of the behaviors we saw later, but we were never able to get it to like reply to a UDS request. So we knew we were getting into the queue, but we couldn't get a UDS request, which was too bad because that would have given us a very tight turnaround for these attacks. Instead, we found we had to wait the entire 6 seconds, which is when this giant storm of traffic happens. And when we inject data, we're doing it blind, so we don't know exactly where the silence is or where the message is. So we need to make sure we pick a time in this storm of data where it's a little bit quiet. And the first time we could do that was there at C, where things quieted down just enough for us to get a message in. So roughly 6.5 seconds after reset request is confirmed. We found that the timing, like the ability to get the message in there in that silence period after the storm, was very, very repeatable, very deterministic, based on when you got this confirmation back, right? So if the ECU took a couple more milliseconds to say, yes, I got the request, then that window would slide out by a couple more milliseconds. It was dependent on when the ECU said, yes, I got the message, and not really dependent on when you sent the message. So we found that what that meant was, right here, when we're sending that request, it's very important to also find another silence period. And then we had a problem with a chicken and egg problem. We need to find a silence period to get a silence period, and how could we possibly do this? Well, it turns out that there's a feature of J2497 that we could abuse. Remember that you could have double trailers, or even triple trailers. And these doubles and triples have more than one power line device on them. The triples actually have 5. They have an ECU for each of the trailers and an ECU for each of the dollies in between the trailers, so 5 different devices. There's a way to do dynamic addressing. J2497, the standard, specifies a particular dynamic addressing mechanism. It's pretty robust, it's pretty cool. No one implements it. It's actually completely ignored. And it turns out that on 2497, there's just this ad hoc way that things work based on hearing somebody speaking on your address. So if you know what address you are, and if you see someone else speaking on that address, you just kind of shut up and move over. And that lets us abuse that feature. So we can send a storm from all the different source addresses, and then the target just shuts up and moves over to a predictable location. And then we can send one more and make them go back to where we want them to be. And we also get a predictable delay based on that. So we can abuse an ad hoc or a de facto dynamic addressing and then send our reset request. And because we've made it quiet, not only is it easy to get our message onto the bus without colliding, the ECU has also kind of stopped processing, and we found that that service latency ended up being very predictable as well, which made everything super predictable. And so here's the POC. We send the storm. We have a way to get chirps, which is how the signal is created. All this code is available on the white paper, and it's actually based on modifying the J2497 keyhole mitigation that we put out with the previous vulnerabilities. Once we've sent out that storm, we send out another storm, but with one missing, so we know where it's going to go. And then everything is kind of based on particular silences that we tune. So you have some XXXs. That's, up to the reader if they want to reproduce this. They can tune those using the exact same methods we did. And we're going to send our reset request. We're going to change the diagnostic session, and then we ask for a seed. So that is the POC that we tuned this whole time. And imagine each one of these XXXs was a parameter sweep and a little bit of custom SideGroq, and we watched the output for the colors and figured out where did those parameters switch into something that was useful. So here's the screenshot of the first time that we got a big chain of seeds, and we found that they were nearly predictable. If you can read the text here, you'll find that, it's a little less than 50% of the seeds are exactly the same. And we did manage to tune that a little bit better, but this was the first success, several predictable seeds. And remember, if we can predict the seeds, all we need to know is that one key. So the thing that's missing from this POC is sending the key, but that's not really a big step. And then that POC would send the key, and the result would be the ECU is now unlocked and is unlocked blind at that point. So we did end up getting a CVE disclosed for this. Not a giant impact, really. I think that's reasonable for what we're talking about. In terms of the predictability, we reasoned that this could be useful for when something was stopped at a stop sign or stopped at a stop light. So if you could, within 2 minutes or so get an unlock, then that would be a success. And we found that if you could do 30 seconds per attempt, you had a 50% chance of getting the seed that you were looking for. And if you actually just waited a little bit longer, we're still not really sure, something about a cooldown of the ECU. If you wait a little bit longer, you have a 90% chance of getting the seed that you were thinking about. So you have a really good shot with that first hit. The first POC that lands has a really good shot at getting you the first seed. This was released in 2025 as an advisory. Sorry, the end of 2024. The advisory came out in 2025 from CISA. The really good news here, and why this isn't like a world is on fire issue, is that the seed is predictable. We get it back. But we were able to get 4 different units. We tested 4 different units, and they all had different first seeds. So like an attacker would need to do like a targeted, like I'm going to attack you attack to really make use of this. Now, there's a limit to that good news part. And the limit is that we only tested 4, right? It's a 16-bit key, so you can only possibly have 65,000 of these. There's way more than 65,000 of these particular units on the road. We're not really equipped to go out and buy 65,000 trailer brake controllers. Reverse engineering would obviously answer this, but the supplier is way more equipped to decide just how variable that is than we are. So we don't know exactly how variable it is. Hopefully it's completely uniformly spread in the 16-bit space and everything is fine. That would be ideal. Right, so far we've just talked about controlling the seed, and we can do that. We can control the seed blind, but how could the ECU then get unlocked, right? This is the limitation with these reset-based attacks on seeds. You still need to get the key. So if you have a really good seed key exchange, then that particular seed control doesn't help you. If your seed key exchange is anything less than really good, there's a lot of ways, right? So there's ways that involve collecting diagnostic captures. Imagine like you take your car to the dealership and you're gonna get the car rekeyed or some ECU reinstalled. Maybe you left like a CAN bus logger on the car. When that was happening, you just got an exchange of a seed key. You saw the unlock request. If you did that a bunch of times, you could maybe reverse engineer how that works, or you might even be able to get lucky. Maybe you saw the seed you wanted when you did the data traffic capture. Also, many of the times we have access to the diagnostic software. You saw I had the diagnostic software. The diagnostic software knows exactly what the seed key routine is. And if you have the diag software, you can reverse engineer the software. In this particular case, we were able to do that as well. The seed key routine was pretty much in a DLL called password, something like that. Or you can use the diag software to extract the seed keys by doing some automation. So this is a video that I had an LLM make, so I didn't show you the actual auto hotkey script, but that's what we did. We made auto hotkey drive the diagnostic software, and it went click, start solenoid test, reset, start solenoid test, reset, so on and so on. And we got 200 of these things. And I was chatting to Haystack, a nice guy, about doing some of this research. And he said, oh yeah, I'm glad that still works. There's something very comfortable about the fact that this technique still works. So this is something they've been doing forever, and it's very fruitful. And the result is these pairs. You have seeds on the bottom and keys on the top. So they look pretty uncorrelated, but you could keep repeating this until you saw the seed value down here that matched the one that you got out of your target unit, and then you're done. You have the seed, you know what the key that matches is, you can unlock that ECU. But there's more you can do to that. If we go back to this attack tree, it sometimes is possible to actually understand in a closed form what that formula is. What's that f of x that's transforming the seed to the key? So in this case, you're able to do it with this Z3 code, which is also in the white paper. This Z3 code is taking those seed key pairs and sticking them into a set of equations, and the equations are y equals mx plus b. And after a few things get added to it, it says, yeah, this seed key routine is just y equals mx plus b, modulo 16. And if you're in the industry, you won't be surprised by that. That's pretty common. We weren't surprised either. So the answer is, you don't need 200 of these seed key exchange pairs if you're an attacker trying to get the key. You just need 2 and a third one to convince yourself that you were right. Which means there is a modern attack surface to consider here. So yes, we showed that you can control seeds, and thankfully the seeds are like not the same across all the units in the field. Thank goodness for that. But these ECUs are only protected by a very bare minimum seed key routine. And the industry right now is in the process of deploying modems to track these assets. There's 4 different suppliers now that have internet connected, power line connected, like bridges between power line and the internet. And so these ECUs are all just one N day or O day away from themselves also being compromised. And note also that that tractor brake controller is connected to the power line. It also receives traffic. That's how the LAMP messages for regulation go from a fault on the trailer to a display on the dash. They receive that data. And up until very recently, it was contested or claimed that there was no impact on the truck behavior or the truck networks other than that LAMP message. But there was a safety recall on one tractor brake controller about last year that suggests that no, there is actually some impacts on trucks from power line messages. So maybe there's more there as well. So there's more to worry about than just this blind attack, although the blind attack is enough. And all of this, of course, comes from the on-site truck testing that myself and Anne have the pleasure of doing. Here's some shots from a couple different instances. We have a kind of like template test plan that we use that's available on GitHub, so you can see like how we go about it. It's not what you would call a penetration test. It's more of a vulnerability assessment or survey to get a broad view of accessibility and potential risks on a truck. And we have suggested some mitigations here. We think, obviously, the seed key exchange should be using cryptographically secure. The nonces should be non-repeatable. It should be a very large space for the nonces so they don't repeat. AES would be great at that point as well, once the nonces are definitely used once. In the long run, obviously, Service 29 is going to solve a lot of these problems. Service 29, I mentioned it very briefly at the beginning, it's going to be a certificate-based seed key exchange for the ECUs. We think that as everything moves to a much more stricter and potentially centralized control, it's very important for fleets to retain ultimate authorization of the vehicle. The fleets aren't very interested in always having an always connected diagnostic stack to an OEM provider's servers, so they want to be able to have the way to say, no, they're in charge of the keys. So we think that's important too, as we're moving to more secure ECUs. We also think it's really important, based on the last risk that we highlighted, that all of these trailer telematics devices, it's very important that they satisfy comprehensive cybersecurity requirements so that the trailers can't be, trivially hacked after a telematics device is compromised. We don't think that would be an appropriate risk. And then finally, because of all these injection attacks, we still believe that all the new tractors, particularly when they move to the next generation interface, they're going to retain backwards compatibility for old systems. That backwards compatibility should actually include additional protections so that the old trailer equipment is no longer susceptible to these injections. And we published a proof of concept for that called the 2497 keyhole. It works by just cutting little holes in the bus and denying access for everything else. And we would like to see that or any other equivalent mitigation deployed by every new truck to protect all the old trailers. So that's what we think would help ameliorate the situation. And yes, thank you very much for your attention. And it was a pleasure. Thanks very much.
Thank you.